It begins with silence, an ancient silence that whispers through the ruins of time. The sands of Mesopotamia, once teeming with life, now hold secrets buried beneath millennia of dust. And among those secrets lies a question that has haunted scholars, truth seekers, and dreamers alike. Did the Anunnaki create the first humans? From the heart of Sumer, the oldest known civilization, emerges a story that challenges everything we know about our origins. It is not merely a myth or a legend. It is a coded record, carved in cuneiform, telling of gods who came from the heavens, shaped humanity in their image, and then vanished. For centuries, historians dismissed these tales as primitive imagination. But what if they were not myths at all? What if they were memories? Imagine a world before recorded history, a world where the night sky was alive with strange lights, where beings of unimaginable power descended upon the earth. The Sumerians called them the Anunnaki, those who came from the heavens to earth. These beings brought knowledge, astronomy, agriculture, architecture, and with it, civilization itself. But why would gods need to teach humans how to farm, build, and write? Why would they share the blueprint of civilization so suddenly and completely, unless humanity itself was part of their grand design? This is a forbidden question, the one that academic institutions fear, religious authorities deny, and scientists hesitate to touch. Because if true, it means humanity's greatest secret is not evolution, it's creation by design. In 1849, when archaeologists uncovered the first Sumerian tablets in Nineveh, they thought they had found mere historical records. But among the royal decrees and trade logs lay something far more disturbing: stories of divine beings, skyborn visitors, and genetic experiments described as fashioning mankind from clay. For decades, these texts were translated, debated, and finally ignored when they began to suggest an impossible truth. Yet, as our own science advanced, genetics, DNA mapping, artificial intelligence, the parallels between our modern discoveries and ancient myths became too precise to overlook. Could the Anunnaki story be the echo of humanity's engineered past? The opening question strikes at the core of our identity. Who are we, and where do we truly come from? Are we the result of divine creation, cosmic chance, or ancient intervention? Every culture, from the Mayans to the Egyptians, tells of beings from the sky who shaped humankind. Could it be that these stories are fragments of one shared event, one origin story that predates religion and reshapes science? The Anunnaki narrative promises an answer, but it also threatens to unravel the comfortable fabric of human history. Because if the first humans were created, not evolved, then the architects of that creation still define the limits of our understanding, and perhaps our destiny. Across the world, whispers grow louder. Declassified government documents hint at recovered artifacts from Iraq. Ancient tablets disappear from museums, and astronomers speak of a mysterious planet beyond Neptune, a world that matches the Sumerian description of Nibiru, the home of the gods. Are these coincidences, or breadcrumbs left by history's greatest cover-up? The deeper we dig, the more the ground shifts beneath us, suggesting that the story of the Anunnaki may be more than myth. It may be the missing chapter of human history. By the end of this journey, you will see how ancient texts, modern science, and forbidden archaeology converge on one impossible truth: that our species was crafted, shaped, and perhaps guided by entities not of this earth. But before we confront that revelation, we must first return to where it all began, to the cradle of civilization, the land between the Tigris and Euphrates. There, in the ancient city-states of Sumer, the story of the Anunnaki begins. And in that story, we may discover not only the origins of mankind, but the destiny of the gods who made us. The birth of civilization did not unfold slowly as textbooks often claim. It appeared suddenly, almost explosively, in a land historians call Sumer, modern-day southern Iraq. Before Sumer, humanity lived as scattered tribes, hunting and gathering, surviving at the mercy of nature. Then, seemingly overnight, they built cities, invented writing, established laws, tracked the stars, and worshipped gods whose origins seemed to stretch beyond the earth itself. This abrupt rise of intelligence, culture, and order has puzzled archaeologists for generations. How could a society leap from primitive existence to a sophisticated civilization without an evident developmental path? The records left behind by the Sumerians themselves may hold the answer, and it is one that points not to evolution, but but to intervention. The Sumerians did not speak of themselves as creators of civilization. Instead, they said they were taught. Their gods, the Anunnaki, descended from the heavens and bestowed knowledge. They taught agriculture, mathematics, irrigation, metallurgy, and the very art of kingship. Ancient texts describe the gods assigning cities, setting boundaries, and designating rulers. The kingship descended from heaven reads one of the oldest inscriptions known to humankind. But what does that mean? Was it poetic symbolism, or literal truth recorded to the eyes of early witnesses to something otherworldly? When archaeologists uncovered the ruins of Eridu, Uruk, and Uar, they expected primitive settlements. Instead, they found urban planning, streets, temples, complex drainage systems, and ziggurats aligned with celestial patterns. Clay tablets revealed laws, trade agreement, and astronomical data that rivaled those of cultures thousands of years younger. How could people of the Stone Age understand planetary movements with such precision? How could they measure time and space with a mathematical system based on 60, a base still used today in our minutes and seconds? The brilliance of Sumer seems inherited, not discovered. Their knowledge appears complete, as though delivered rather than developed. Historians call this the Sumerian paradox. No precursors, no gradual development, no earlier prototypes of writing or governance, just the sudden appearance of cities, agriculture, and recorded law. The Sumerians themselves claimed their gods came to establish civilization after a great flood had destroyed the previous world. They did not view this as myth. They treated it as memory. The gods, they said, walked among them, choosing priests and kings to carry out divine instructions. The temples were not merely places of worship. They were centers of administration, where human scribes worked under the authority of their celestial teachers. As one moves to the ruins of Nippur or Uruk, the sense of deliberate design becomes undeniable. The ziggurats, towering stairways of brick, point directly to the heavens. Ancient texts describe them as linking points between earth and sky, built at the command of the gods. Some even specify that the temples were constructed for the gods to descend and ascend. Was this symbolic language for spiritual connection, or could these be ancient descriptions of landing platforms, portals, or communication hubs? Whatever their purpose, the alignment and precision with which they were built suggests a higher level of engineering and astronomical awareness than expected from a Bronze Age culture. The Sumerians credited specific gods for specific advancements: Enki for wisdom and water, Enlil for authority and air, Ninhursag for creation and life. These were not abstract deities, but beings with distinct personalities, domains, and interactions with humanity. The texts read less like mythology and more like chronicles, records of rule, alliances, and conflicts. The very tone of the writing implies observation, not imagination. Their stories of divine councils and disputes mirror human politics, suggesting the Sumerians viewed their gods as tangible, powerful rulers, not invisible spirits. Modern scholars, of course, explain Sumer's sudden rise through social and environmental factors: fertile land, river irrigation, trade routes. Yet none of these account for the unprecedented leap in knowledge, writing, and structured governance. Civilizations typically evolve through centuries of trial and error. Sumer did not. It appeared ready-made, as if an invisible hand had pressed start. Could that hand have belonged to the Anunnaki, the beings the Sumerians called their teachers, masters, and creators? Every temple, every cylinder seal, every fragment of their writing carries echoes of a civilization that did not think it invented culture, but received it. And perhaps that is the heart of the mystery. Sumer was not just the first civilization. It was the first legacy. It set the stage for every empire that followed, from Babylon to Egypt to Greece. The Sumerians vanished, but their knowledge, their gods, and their myths spread like ancient code, passed down to millennia, waiting to be reinterpreted. If the Anunnaki were real, Sumer was their workshop, the place where gods and humans first shared the same soil. To understand whether they created us, we must first understand how they created civilization itself. And as we dig deeper into the clay tablets and the stones of forgotten ziggurats, the evidence becomes harder to dismiss. Civilization did not evolve. It appeared, complete and complex, under the watchful eyes of those who claimed to come from the stars. And from that moment on, humanity was never the same. Long before the names of Zeus or Ra were whispered through temples, before the pyramids and the Parthenon, there were the gods of Sumer, the Anunnaki. Their story begins not in myth, but in the very first written language known to man, cuneiform. The Sumerians carved their presence into clay thousands of years before the Bible, before the Vedas, before any other record divine order. These beings were not vague forces of nature. They had names, hierarchies, rivalries, and purposes. They were depicted as tall, regal figures wearing horn crowns, often holding tools or symbols of power. Their eyes, almond-shaped and unblinking, seemed to stare beyond time. The Sumerians described them not as invisible spirits, but as living, breathing entities who walked among humans, ruled over cities, and decided the fates of kings. They were the architects of destiny, and possibly the architects of us. At the head of the pantheon stood Anu, the supreme ruler of the heavens. He was said to reside in the celestial realm, overseeing the fates of gods and men alike. His symbol was a horned crown of authority, the mark of divine kingship. Beneath him were his sons, Enlil and Enki, two opposing forces whose rivalry shaped the destiny of humanity. Enlil, the stern lord of the air, ruled over Earth's order and discipline. He was a god of control, hierarchy, and law. Enki, the god of water and wisdom, was his opposite, curious, compassionate, and defiant. Where Enlil saw humans as tools, Enki saw them as creations capable of thought and potential. Between these two brothers lay the fate of the human race. According to Sumerian tablets, it was Enki who took part in the creation of mankind. When the Anunnaki, sent from their home world, grew weary of laboring in the mines and quarries of earth, a rebellion broke out among them. The lesser gods refused to continue the work. Faced with this crisis, the council of the gods convened, and Enki proposed a radical solution. Let us fashion a worker that will bear the load of the gods. What followed was the creation of humans, not as an act of divine love, but of necessity. Humans were designed, according to these ancient accounts, to serve their celestial masters. The text described this process with eerie precision, combining the essence of the gods with the clay of the earth. Was this poetic metaphor for the mixing of DNA and earthly matter? Or did the Sumerians literally record an ancient experiment of genetic engineering? The other major figure of the pantheon was Inanna, known later as Ishtar in Babylonian lore. She was a goddess of love, war, fertility, and power, a complex deity embodying both creation and destruction. Inanna's stories reveal her being both divine and human in emotion. She loved, deceived, and waged war with ferocity. Some legends describe her descent into the underworld, a symbolic journey through death and rebirth that mirrors ancient initiatory rites found across the world. Was Inanna a mythic archetype, or a historical figure whose exploits were preserved and amplified through time? In the Sumerian mind, she was real, commanding armies, influencing kings, and even defying her fellow gods. Beyond the major deities were dozens of others, each with specialized domains. Ninhursag, the goddess of life and creation, was said to assist Enki in shaping the first humans. Utu, the god of the sun, brought justice and light, watching over the actions of both gods and men. Nanna, the moon god, represented wisdom and cycles. Together they formed a divine bureaucracy, each overseeing a realm of cosmic and earthly function. The Anunnaki were not distant abstractions. They governed like a council, issuing decrees, punishing disobedience, and rewarding loyalty. In this structure, one can almost see the prototype of human civilization itself: law, governance, specialization, all modeled after their divine teachers. What's remarkable is how human these gods appear in the texts. They argue, they plot, they fall in love, they experience jealousy. Enlil's anger leads to floods, Enki's mercy saves humankind, and Inanna's ambition brings both prosperity and chaos. These are not ethereal deities. They are personalities with emotions, agendas, and rivalries. Could this be the result of early anthropomorphism, humans projecting their own traits onto the divine? Or could it be that these gods were, in fact, beings of flesh and blood whose advanced technology and lifespans made them seem immortal? The tablets suggest they lived for thousands of years, possessed flying chariots that roar like dragons, and weapons that could melt mountains. Such descriptions sound less like mythology and more like eyewitness reports of technology, so advanced it was indistinguishable from magic. Many ancient depictions show the Anunnaki holding a strange object, a pine cone-shaped device, sometimes aimed toward a human or tree. In modern interpretations, this has been compared to a symbol of DNA or energy manipulation. Others see it as a representation of the tree of life, a recurring motif across ancient cultures. Could have been both a symbolic and technological key to creation. The Anunnaki are also shown wearing wristbands and belts with intricate designs, possibly tools or instruments of unknown function. Some even appear to wear what look like mechanical wings or apparatuses, as if indicating their ability to traverse air or space. Across thousands of years, these depictions remain consistent, suggesting that the artists were not inventing but documenting. What separates the Anunnaki from later pantheons is the directness of their interaction with humanity. They do not merely command from afar. They live among men, dine with kings, and take human partners. The union between gods and mortals produced the demigods of legend, being said to possess great strength and knowledge. Could these hybrid offspring be the origin of the ancient tales of giants and heroes found in nearly every culture? The Sumerians believed so. Their texts describe generations of mixed-blood rulers bridging heaven and earth. When modern scholars attempt to categorize the Anunnaki, they face an uncomfortable dilemma. Are these stories allegory, or history misunderstood through the lens of myth? The Sumerians were not prone to abstraction. Their records were administrative, practical, detailed. If they said the gods descended from the sky in shining vessels, could it be that they were describing a literal event? The consistency of their accounts across regions and centuries suggests a shared experience too profound to dismiss as imagination. To the Sumerians, the Anunnaki were not distant figures in the clouds. They were the founders, the lawgivers, the engineers of life itself. Their images were carved into temples, their decrees inscribed on tablets, their influence shaping everything from writing to religion. And as we study their pantheon, we begin to see a pattern, a hierarchy of power and purpose that reflects both divine order and technological sophistication. Whether gods or ancient visitors, the Anunnaki ruled not just through faith, but through knowledge. They were the bridge between heaven and earth, the beings who taught mankind how to be civilized, and perhaps how to exist. If the first humans were indeed created, it was under the watchful eyes of these beings. And understanding who they were is the first step in uncovering the truth about why they came and what they left behind. When Zecharia Sitchin first published The 12th Planet in 1976, he didn't just write a book. He detonated a cultural explosion. His theories reached deep into the cracks of accepted history and pulled out a story so extraordinary that it blurred the line between religion, archaeology, and science fiction. To Sitchin, the ancient Sumerian tablets were not symbolic poetry or early mythology. They were literal records, technical documents, written by an ancient people describing real beings from another world. He believed that the Anunnaki were not gods in the spiritual sense, but advanced extraterrestrial travelers who came to Earth from a distant planet named Nibiru. What he uncovered, or claimed to uncover, changed how millions of people saw human history forever. Sitchin was no wild fantasist. He was a scholar of Semitic languages, fluent in Hebrew, Akkadian, and Sumerian. Where mainstream linguists saw a metaphor, he saw technology disguised in ancient vocabulary. He spent decades poring over cuneiform tablets from Mesopotamia, the very heartland of the Sumerian world. The story that emerged from his translations was astonishing. A planet with an elongated orbit entered our solar system every 3,600 years. And from that world came the Anunnaki, those who from heaven to earth came. They arrived roughly 450,000 years ago, not as gods of faith, but as explorers, miners, and genetic engineers. According to Sitchin, their mission was clear: to extract gold from Earth, but not for wealth. The Anunnaki needed gold to repair and stabilize the atmosphere of Nibiru. The story goes that their own planet was dying, its environment deteriorating, and gold, capable of reflecting and sustaining atmospheric layers, was the key to its survival. Earth, rich in minerals, became their target. The first expeditions landed in the Persian Gulf region, and the early Anunnaki, Sitchin said, toiled in the mines of southern Africa. But soon, discontent spread among them. The lesser gods, as the tablets described, rebelled against the hard labor. The leaders, Enlil and Enki, faced a crisis. And it was Enki, the scientist, the genetic engineer, who proposed the unthinkable, to create a new species to carry the burden of work. In Sitchin's reading, this was the moment humanity was born. The ancient text called the Atrahasis epic tells of a meeting among the gods to create the worker, using genetic material from the Anunnaki and combining it with the existing life forms of Earth. They fashioned Lola Amalu, the primitive worker, or the first human. To the mainstream scholar, these lines are mythological metaphors. To Sitchin, they were the oldest scientific report in existence, describing the deliberate creation of Homo sapiens through genetic engineering. In his view, this was not creation by divine miracle, nor evolution by chance. It was a hybridization event carried out in the laboratories of the gods. Sitchin even found linguistic and symbolic parallels between Sumerian writings and modern genetics. The word ti, meaning rib or life, appears in the story of the creation of woman from the rib of man, an image that later resurfaced in the biblical tale of Adam and Eve. He suggested that this was not about a literal rib, but about life essence, or DNA. The parallels between Genesis and the Sumerian records fascinated him. If the Sumerians were the first to record this story, could the Bible be an echo of the same ancient knowledge, filtered and reinterpreted over millennia? His translation of Nibiru as the home planet of the gods was another cornerstone of his theory. Sitchin believed that Nibiru followed a massive elliptical orbit that took it far beyond Pluto before swinging back to the inner solar system every 3,600 years. When near Earth, its inhabitants made contact, influencing humanity's development, and then disappeared into the dark for another cosmic cycle. He suggested that each of the great leaps in human civilization, the rise of Sumer, Egypt, Babylon, aligned with these returns. This cyclical visitation pattern, he claimed, might explain the recurring flood myths and sudden technological surges in ancient history. For mainstream scientists, these claims were unthinkable. No known planet followed such an orbit. No credible archaeological evidence pointed to extraterrestrial miners on Earth. Linguists criticized Sitchin's translations, saying he stretched Sumerian words beyond context. Yet, what made his theory impossible to dismiss outright was its internal logic. Every piece of Sumerian mythology he cited, every mention of sky chariots, fiery weapons, and gods creating humans, fit perfectly into his larger narrative. And to millions of readers disillusioned by the limits of conventional archaeology, it felt right. His work offered coherence to a chaotic world. The gods were real, science was their tool, and humanity was their legacy. Sitchin's narrative reached beyond academia. It seeped into popular culture, fueling documentaries, TV shows, and entire belief systems. The idea that humans were the product of ancient extraterrestrial intervention inspired the ancient astronaut movement. His books sold millions of copies, translated into dozens of languages. Even today, they remain a cornerstone for anyone exploring forbidden archaeology or alternative history. For many, he was not rewriting mythology. He was decoding it. But why did his theory resonate so deeply? Because it filled a void left by both science and religion. Religion told us we were created by gods, but offered no tangible proof. Science told us we evolved, but couldn't explain the sudden jump from primitive hominids to intelligent Homo sapiens. Sitchin bridged the gap. His story offered both divine purpose and scientific plausibility. Humans were not an accident of evolution. We were the result of design, a creation engineered for a reason. Still, his interpretations raised profound questions. If Sitchin was right, where are the traces of the Anunnaki now? Are they watching from the distant reaches of space, waiting for Nibiru's return? Or did they leave us to inherit the Earth as their experiment, knowing that one day we might follow in their footsteps and create life ourselves? Whether one sees him as a visionary or a heretic, Sitchin accomplished something few have ever done. He made the oldest stories in human history come alive again. His work challenged the gatekeepers of knowledge, daring the world to look at the past not as a collection of myths, but as the remnants of a forgotten truth. If the Sumerian tablets indeed contain the memory of beings from beyond the stars, then perhaps the question is not whether Sitchin was right, but how much of forbidden history humanity is ready to face. Because if the Anunnaki truly created the first humans, then the story of our origin is not a tale of divine faith or natural evolution. It is a chronicle of contact, the merging of worlds, and the moment when humanity became the legacy of the gods themselves. For decades, mainstream archaeologists and historians have rejected Zecharia Sitchin's translations as pseudoscience. To them, the story of the Anunnaki is myth, rich, symbolic, and culturally valuable, but not literal truth. They argue that Sitchin's methods were unconventional at best and deeply flawed at worst. His critics point out that he wasn't a trained Assyriologist, and that his interpretations of Sumerian and Akkadian words often diverge wildly from accepted academic translations. For instance, where Sitchin read Nibiru as a distant 12th planet, scholars insist the term means crossing or point of transition, a poetic reference to Jupiter or another bright celestial body that crossed the night sky. The difference between those readings, planet versus metaphor, is a chasm that separates myth from alien origin theory. Mainstream archaeology builds its conclusions on layers of verifiable data, stratigraphy, radiocarbon dating, material culture, and comparative linguistics. To them, civilization's birth in Sumer is extraordinary but explainable. Fertile lands, favorable climate shifts, the invention of irrigation, and social cooperation are sufficient, they say, to explain the rise of cities. No extraterrestrial intervention required. They see the Sumerians as pioneers of human genius, not students of alien teachers. Their gods, in this view, were reflections of nature and power, human imagination given divine form. Thunder became the voice of Enlil, the rivers the breath of Enki, the stars the dwellings of celestial lords. In short, humanity invented gods, not the other way around. The academic establishment's biggest concern with Sitchin's theory lies in evidence, or the lack of it. Archaeologists have uncovered thousands of Sumerian tablets, and not one explicitly describes beings from another planet mining gold. The tablets speak of gods, yes, but gods as metaphors for cosmic forces and ancestral kings, not astronauts. The tools found in Mesopotamian digs are primitive, the metallurgy consistent with Bronze Age capabilities. There are no traces of advanced machinery, no evidence of flight technology, no alien artifacts hidden in the sands. For scholars, the idea that Sumerians described genetic engineering in mythic form is pure projection, a modern mind imposing futuristic meaning on ancient words. Linguists echo this skepticism. They argue that Sitchin's translations distort the structure and intent of Sumerian language. For example, Sitchin's reading of Anunnaki as those who from heaven to earth came is challenged by philologists who translate it more accurately as those of royal seed or princes of Anu. In this interpretation, the Anunnaki were divine aristocrats, offspring of heaven, yes, but symbolic of social hierarchy rather than spacefaring visitors. Scholars remind readers that mythic language often blends cosmic imagery with royal politics. When ancient kings claimed descent from the gods, they weren't declaring alien lineage. They were asserting divine authority to rule. Scientists, too, push back. Astrophysicists note that a planet with Nibiru's proposed orbit would destabilize the solar system. No telescope, ancient or modern, has ever found evidence of it. Geneticists dismiss the notion of sudden, external genetic manipulation as pseudoscientific. Humanity's DNA shows gradual, traceable evolution. Anthropologists highlight the continuous progression from hunter-gatherer societies to early agriculture across multiple regions. Civilization, they argue, was not a gift delivered from the heavens, but a natural outcome of survival, adaptation, and cooperation. And yet, even among skeptics, there is an uneasy fascination. They cannot deny that Sumer's sudden appearance remains mysterious. They admit gaps, leaps in language mathematics, and law that defies smooth explanation. The problem, they insist, is not that Sumer's rise was miraculous, but that we underestimate human ingenuity. The desire to attribute those leaps to alien intervention, they say, stems from our own disbelief in ancient intellect. As one archaeologist famously put, "We keep forgetting that humans were us, intelligent, creative, ambitious, just without our machines." Still, the dismissal of Sitchin's theory hasn't silenced public curiosity. In fact, every academic rebuttal seems to strengthen the allure of the forbidden idea. The more experts reject it, the more people wonder what they might be hiding or overlooking. Critics claim there is no conspiracy, only a demand for evidence. But to the public, the very structure of academic authority feels like a gate that keeps certain questions locked away. After all, why do so many ancient texts share the same imagery? Gods descending from the sky, luminous craft, fire that roars like thunder? Coincidence? Or collective memory of an ancient contact? Mainstream historians counter that these similarities reflect universal human psychology. Sky gods appear everywhere because the sky itself is universal, the most powerful, mysterious realm humans could observe. Lightning, comets, meteors, and eclipses inspired awe and fear. Of course, people imagine beings dwelling among them. To these scholars, the Anunnaki, the Nephilim, the sky people of the Andes, all are expressions of the same archetype, the longing to explain the unknown by projecting power onto the heavens. It's not evidence of aliens, it's evidence of imagination. Still, the tone of certainty in mainstream circles sometimes falters. In private conversations and fringe symposiums, a few academics quietly acknowledge anomalies they can't explain. Why do the earliest cuneiform texts appear so suddenly and so advanced? Why does Sumerian, a language isolate with no known relatives, emerge fully formed? Why did complex irrigation and city planning exist before simpler stages of experimentation? The establishment insists there are answers yet to be found, but each unanswered question keeps the Anunnaki legend alive. The tension between mainstream archaeology and alternative history is not just intellectual, it's emotional. One side defends the integrity of evidence and method. The other defends the freedom to question and imagine. Between them lies the truth, perhaps buried deeper than any temple ruin. Were the Anunnaki mythic symbols? Or did the ancients record something real that modern science still refuses to name? Mainstream voices may have the data, but alternative thinkers hold the imagination, and somewhere between the two, the mystery endures. Because in the end, both sides agree on one thing. The dawn of civilization remains one of humanity's greatest enigmas. Whether sparked by divine beings, cosmic travelers, or human brilliance alone, the origins of our story still shimmer beyond certainty. And the Anunnaki, whether gods, aliens, or metaphors, continue to cast their long, haunting shadow over every debate about who we truly are. When archaeologists first began unearthing the ruins of ancient Mesopotamia, they expected to find simple inscriptions, lists of kings, records of trade, hymns to forgotten gods. What they discovered instead were tens of thousands of clay tablets written in cuneiform, the world's earliest known script. Etched with reed styluses and baked in fire, these tablets held something astonishing, not just administrative records, but an entire cosmology. Within these wedge-shaped symbols lay stories of creation, divine counsels, and the making of mankind. It was as though the Sumerians had left behind a coded message from the dawn of time, and the deeper scholars dug, the more the language itself began to whisper secrets about our origins. Cuneiform is unlike any other ancient writing system. Its structure is pictographic yet complex, capable of recording everything from celestial movements to detailed instructions for temple rituals. When linguists began translating it in the 19th and 20th centuries, they expected mythic poetry, not technical precision. But the tablets often describe the gods' activities in startlingly specific terms, measurements, numbers, and sequences that hinted at advanced understanding. One text, for instance, lists the exact dimensions of ziggurats in degrees, and minutes of arc, aligning perfectly with celestial coordinates. Others detail the rotations of planets, the lengths of years, and even the cycles of celestial bodies that modern science only confirmed thousands of years later. How could a civilization over 6,000 years old have possessed such knowledge unless they were recording information passed down from a source far beyond their means? Among these texts, the most provocative are those that describe the creation of humanity. The Enki and Ninmah myth, preserved in broken fragments, tells of gods laboring under the weight of physical toil. The lesser gods, called the Igigi, complain to their leaders that the work is unbearable. Let us create a substitute, one of the higher gods declares. Enki and the mother goddess Ninhursag, also known as Ninmah, then proceed to fashion mankind. The text describes the process in phrases both poetic and disturbingly precise. Mix the heart of clay with the blood of a god. The result was the Lulu Amalu, the worker being. This being, the tablet says, was given life by divine essence, something transferred, not created from nothing. To most archaeologists, this is a mythological allegory for the human condition, a symbolic story explaining why humanity serves the gods, or by extension, nature. But others, like Zacharias Sitchin, saw more. To him, the phrase mixing of clay represented the mixing of genetic material, and the blood of the god referred to the Annunnaki's DNA. The gods, in this interpretation, were genetic engineers, combining their own biological code with that of early hominids to create a hybrid species. Us. The language on the tablets seems to support this idea in haunting ways. They speak of repeated attempts to make humans suitable, implying early failures. "You gave me a creature that cannot stand," says one god in a recovered line. "You made one that cannot speak." These read like records of experimentation, trial and error in the search for a viable species. One of the most remarkable discoveries is the Atrahasis epic, another ancient Babylonian text rooted in older Sumerian tradition. It describes not only humanity's creation, but also its near destruction. The gods grow frustrated with mankind's noise and rebellion, deciding to cleanse the earth with a great flood. Before they do, Enki secretly warns Atrahasis, instructing him to build a vessel. The parallels with the biblical story of Noah are undeniable, yet the Sumerian version is older by at least 1,000 years. This continuity suggests that later religions did not originate these tales, but inherited them, edited fragments of much older truth recorded in cuneiform. The level of scientific language embedded in these texts continues to baffle scholars. Certain lines of the Enuma Elish, the Babylonian creation epic derived from Sumerian sources, describe the formation of celestial bodies with terms that eerily resemble astrophysical concepts. He set the stars in their courses, he measured the deep, and he fixed the paths of the planets. Phrases that could be read as primitive poetry, but also as early observations of orbital mechanics. The gods were not imagined as ethereal spirits, but as tangible beings operating in measurable realms. They build, calculate, and assign tasks. They work with matter and form, with a precision more akin to engineers and deities of faith. Modern technology has only deepened the mystery. High-resolution scans of cuneiform tablets, coupled with linguistic reanalysis, reveal that some translations may have underplayed or simplified complex phrases. Where early translators saw clay, newer interpretations suggest substance or essence. Where they saw a breath of life, others now detect connotations of activation or animation. The language feels eerily mechanical, as if describing the process of giving life through manipulation, not through divine breath. One particular passage stands out. It describes a goddess Ninhursag forming humans in a chamber where no light enters, where sound does not escape. Within, she shapes figures, binding bone to flesh, giving life to the word of command. Scholars interpret this as mythic imagery of divine creation. But to modern readers familiar with laboratory procedure, it evokes something else entirely. A sterile environment, a controlled experiment, a creation chamber. Could these words be ancient memory encoded as myth? Cuneiform tablets also record a deep understanding of genetics' symbolic counterpart, blood. Over and over, the blood of gods appears as the vessel of essence, wisdom, and power. The Sumerians believed blood carried the life code, an idea echoed thousands of years later in biblical scripture. The life of the flesh is in the blood. To them, blood was not just a symbol of vitality. It was the medium of transmission. The gods, in mixing their blood with earthly clay, gave humanity not just life, but lineage. The very concept of divine ancestry, the idea that humans are children of the gods, may originate here, carved into clay 6,000 years ago. Mainstream academia, of course, insists that these are metaphorical frameworks used to explain natural phenomena and social structures. But even the most skeptical translators admit that the level of consistency across regions is unnerving. From Sumer to Akkad, from Babylon to Assyria, the language of divine crafting remains nearly identical. The same verbs are used, the same motif repeat, forming, binding, giving life, measuring. It's as if these stories were copied from a single original source, passed down and reshaped through centuries of retelling. If we strip away the theology and look only at the mechanics described, what remains feels hauntingly technical. There are steps, processes, failures, and revisions. The gods debate methods, distribute labor, and produce results. Humanity is the outcome of a project, intentional, structured, and controlled. Whether this was a metaphor for spiritual awakening or an echo of ancient genetic manipulation, the cuneiform tablets preserve the memory of creation in the language of design. And so, the cuneiform connection stands as one of the most compelling enigmas in ancient history. These tablets do not merely tell stories. They document operations, hierarchies, and experiments. They present a worldview where God behaved like scientists and humans like their subjects. Whether myth or memory, they encode a story that feels far too specific to dismiss. As we decipher more of these clay fragments, the question grows louder. Were the Sumerians inventing their gods, or were they recording the history of an encounter their minds could barely comprehend? Because hidden in those wedge-shaped marks may not just be humanity's first words, but the first record of who or what made us human. Across the ancient sky, the Sumerians saw more than stars. They saw a system of divine order, celestial rulers whose movements mirrored those of their gods. At the center of this cosmic narrative stood one name that would become both a mystery and a controversy spanning centuries: Nibiru. To the Sumerians, Nibiru was no ordinary star or planet. It was a world of power, a crossing point between realms, and the very home of the Anunnaki. Modern scholars call it myth. Astronomers call it impossible. But to those who study the forbidden texts and ancient clues, Nibiru might be the missing key to understanding humanity's mysterious beginnings and the gods who shaped them. The earliest mentions of Nibiru appear on Babylonian star charts and cuneiform tablets dating back thousands of years. The term itself means the crossing or the point of transition. It was said to mark the celestial path where heaven and earth meet. For the ancient scribes, Nibiru was associated with the god Marduk, who crossed the heavens as a bringer of order. Yet, in the deeper layers of Sumerian cosmology, the word began to take on another, more literal meaning: a heavenly body that passes through the solar system in vast cycles of time. This wasn't just poetic imagery. The descriptions in certain texts detail a massive celestial object moving in an elongated orbit, visible only when it approached Earth's vicinity every few thousand years. When Zecharia Sitchin revisited these ancient sources, he redefined the concept entirely. He claimed that Nibiru was not a symbol but a planet, a 12th member of our solar system, counting the sun and moon. According to his interpretation, Nibiru's orbit took approximately 3,600 years to complete, looping far beyond Pluto before re-entering the inner solar system. This immense, slow-moving world, he said, was home to the Anunnaki. Every time it approached Earth, its gravitational influence caused catastrophic shifts, floods, earthquakes, and climate upheavals that became the foundation of humanity's end-of-the-world myths. And during these close passages, the gods themselves made contact with Earth, overseeing humanity's progress, or correcting what they believed had gone wrong. Mainstream science quickly rejected Sitchin's claim. Astronomers argued that a planet on such an extreme orbit would destabilize the solar system. No telescopic or orbital evidence has ever confirmed a planet of that size or pattern. The mathematics, they said, didn't add up, yet the idea refused to die. The more it was dismissed, the more people began to look for patterns the ancients might have noticed long before us. Could the stories of cyclical cataclysms, global floods, and sudden resets of civilization be linked to the periodic return of a massive celestial body? Could Nibiru be less a myth and more a record of ancient astronomical observation, an encoded memory of something the Sumerians once witnessed with their own eyes? Across cultures, the same pattern emerges: gods descending during times of upheaval, the earth trembling, waters rising, stars shifting. In the ancient world, celestial movements were not just natural phenomena. They were the actions of divine forces. The Egyptians spoke of the star of millions of years, associated with Osiris. The Maya tracked a long count calendar that measured cyclical destruction and renewal. The Hopi warned of the red star Kachina that would one day return. And in the Sumerian tradition, Nibiru was a celestial gate through which the gods arrived. Whether by coincidence or shared ancient memory, the theme repeats: a great celestial visitor whose approach changes the fate of Earth. Sumerian astronomers were not primitive stargazers. They charted planets invisible to the naked eye, recognized the tilt of Earth's axis, and calculated precise solar and lunar cycles. Some of their records even depict a solar system with 12 celestial bodies, the Sun, Moon, and 10 planets, long before modern science confirmed the existence of Uranus, Neptune, and Pluto. How could a civilization over 6,000 years old know this? Skeptics say it's coincidence or symbolic storytelling. Believers say it's evidence of knowledge passed down from beings who had already seen the solar system from above, beings from Nibiru. The image of Nibiru in ancient seals is equally intriguing. One famous Sumerian cylinder seal shows a large central sun surrounded by 11 orbiting spheres, one which appears separate and distinct, larger, tilted, and possibly on a regular path. To the modern eye, it looks like a crude model of the solar system. Mainstream scholars call it decorative art or religious symbolism, but to alternative researchers, it's a star map, a direct depiction of Nibiru's orbit as known to the Anunnaki themselves. Could the Sumerians have preserved an astronomical memory gifted to them by their celestial teachers? Even ancient kings recorded omens tied to Nibiru's return. Clay tablets known as the Enuma Anu enlil speak of heavenly signs foretelling the movements of Marduk's star. These signs are said to mark changes in empires, floods, and the descending of the gods. The Sumerians tracked time in units called sar, each lasting 3,600 years. The exact period Sitchin claimed as Nibiru's orbital cycle. To them, these weren't abstract numbers, but cosmic rhythms woven into human destiny. Every cycle brought transformation, creation, destruction, renewal. Modern science may scoff at the existence of such a planet, but even in astronomy, echoes of Nibiru persist. In recent decades, astrophysicists have detected gravitational anomalies at the edge of our solar system, movements among Kuiper Belt objects that hint at the pull of an unseen giant planet. Some call it Planet 9. Others whisper that it might be Nibiru under a new name. NASA has alternately dismissed and re-examined the idea, while public fascination grows. Each time a new body is discovered, Sedna, Eris, or the mysterious Planet X, the myth of Nibiru rises again, refusing to fade into the dust of discredited ideas. What makes Nibiru's legend so enduring isn't just the possibility of another planet. It's what it represents. The bridge between gods and men, between myth and memory. If the Anunnaki truly came from a distant world, then the story of Nibiru is not fantasy. It's history written in the language of the stars. The ancients may have encoded their knowledge in myth because they lacked the technology to describe it otherwise. To them, the gods didn't descend from space. They came from the heavens as stars themselves moved across the dark. Their arrival and departure were not miracles, but part of a cosmic orbit that intertwined their fate with ours. In the modern era, Nibiru has become a symbol of forbidden knowledge, a reminder that the line between myth and science is thinner than we dare admit. Perhaps the ancients didn't imagine a planet at all. Perhaps they remembered one. A celestial wanderer whose path once crossed our own, leaving behind a race of visitors who shaped humanity in their image. The question is not whether Nibiru exists in the sky. It's whether it exists in our forgotten past. Somewhere between the myths of the gods and the mathematics of the stars lies a truth too immense to ignore, that our origins may not be confined to Earth alone. And as our own telescopes reach further into the void, we may one day find that the Sumerians, in their ancient wisdom, had already mapped the heavens far better than we ever imagined. In the sterile halls of modern laboratories, scientists extract strands of DNA from ancient bones, tracing the lineage of humanity back tens of thousands of years. They find connections, mutations, migrations, but they also find something else. Sudden leaps, mysterious accelerations in brain development, bursts of intelligence, and complex language systems appearing almost overnight. These abrupt evolutionary jumps do not fit neatly into Darwin's slow, gradual model. It's as if an unseen hand pushed our species forward at specific points in time. To believers in the Anunnaki theory, these are not coincidences. They are fingerprints of genetic intervention, traces of divine or extraterrestrial design embedded in our very biology. Modern genetic research has uncovered anomalies that raise questions even science struggles to answer. Humans share over 98% of their DNA with chimpanzees, yet the differences, small in number but vast in consequence, account for the immense gulf in intelligence, language, and self-awareness. Geneticists have identified at least 223 genes that appear in humans but not in any other known species. These genes have no clear evolutionary precursors. Some scientists suggest horizontal gene transfer from microorganisms. Others simply label them as mystery genes. But to ancient astronaut theorists, this gap is no accident. It is a genetic code of the gods, the remnants of the Anunnaki experiment in human creation. If we look closely, the Sumerian texts align eerily with this biological mystery. The myth of Enki and Ninhursag describes the gods mixing clay with divine essence to form humankind. This description may sound poetic, but what if essence referred to genetic material, what we today call DNA? The clay could symbolize the raw biological substrate of early hominids. The text even described multiple failed attempts before a successful model was achieved, beings who could not speak, who could not stand upright, who could not reproduce. These passages echo the language of trial and error experimentation, an ancient account of genetic engineering told through mythic imagery. The idea becomes more intriguing when we compare Sumerian myths with modern science. According to genetic timelines, Homo erectus roamed the earth for nearly 2 million years with little change. Then, suddenly, around 200,000 years ago, anatomically modern humans, Homo sapiens, appeared, complete with advanced cognitive abilities. No intermediate fossil explains this leap clearly. To evolutionary biologists, it remains an unsolved puzzle called the Great Leap Forward. But what if this leap was not evolution at all? What if it was creation, a deliberate genetic upgrade carried out by the beings the Sumerians called Annunnaki? Some researchers have speculated that certain ancient genes may have been inserted or modified in ways that do not conform to natural selection. The human chromosome 2, for example, appears to be the result of a fusion between two ancestral ape chromosomes. This fusion is unique to humans. It doesn't appear in any other primate species. Why did it happen and how? Conventional science says it was a random mutation that happened to work. Alternative theorists see it differently. They argue that the deliberate splicing of chromosomes could have been part of an engineered process, one that enhanced human capacity for thought, language, and consciousness. Further evidence comes from the mitochondrial DNA timeline. All humans alive today share a common maternal ancestor known as mitochondrial Eve, who lived roughly 200,000 years ago, the same period associated with humanity's sudden cognitive awakening. Ancient astronaut theorists suggest that this Eve may not have been the first woman, but rather the first engineered woman, a genetic template created to carry the hybrid code of the gods. In Sumerian lore, this mirrors the goddess Ninhursag's role in creating the first woman from divine substance. Myth and science seem to converge in eerie synchrony. Even in our sacred texts, echoes of genetic manipulation persist. In the book of Genesis, humans are said to be created in the image and likeness of God. But why plural? Let us make man in our image? Scholars interpret it as the divine council, but others see a parallel with the Sumerian pantheon, the Anunnaki council of creators. When God breathes life into Adam, it mirrors Enki imparting life essence into clay. Across cultures and religions, the same pattern repeats. Beings from above crafting humanity, transferring their own essence, and setting mankind apart from the beasts of the earth. If we look at the human genome through this lens, strange coincidences begin to align. Geneticists have discovered junk DNA, portions of the genome that do not code for proteins but appear to contain regulatory sequences, switches that control how genes function. These sequences are often dormant or inactive, leading some to wonder if they were once part of a larger, more advanced design. Could these dormant codes be remnants of a blueprint written long ago, one not yet fully understood or activated? Skeptics argue that evolution needs no divine engineer. They say that natural selection, random mutation, and environmental pressures are enough to explain humanity's rise. But even within mainstream science, the timeline of our development feels suspiciously compressed. It's as though evolution received a sudden external boost, a push from the outside. Some scientists, like the late Francis Crick, co-discoverer of the DNA double helix, entertained similar thoughts. Crick once proposed a theory of directed panspermia, the idea that life on Earth was intentionally seeded by an advanced civilization. Though he never invoked the Anunnaki by name, His hypothesis aligns uncannily with what the Sumerians had already claimed millennia ago. Life was delivered to Earth by beings from the stars. Another layer of mystery lies in ancient bloodlines. Across civilizations, rulers claim divine ancestry, tracing their lineage to sky gods. The pharaohs of Egypt, the kings of Mesopotamia, even the emperors of early Asia, all insisted they carried the blood of gods. If this claim was more than metaphor, it may indicate that certain genetic markers or traits were passed down deliberately to preserve the original hybrid bloodline. The concept of blue blood, still used today to describe nobility, may echo this ancient memory, the idea of a literal divine inheritance encoded in the veins of rulers. What if, in the depths of our genetic structure, there are traces of something not entirely human? Every cell in our body carries the story of our creation, yet we read only the parts we understand. The rest remains sealed, silent, waiting. Could there be dormant sequences that once connected us more directly to our creators? Could the next leap in evolution, the next awakening of human potential, be hidden within the same genes that once made us? Modern technology now allows us to edit genes with CRISPR, altering life at its most fundamental level. For the first time, humanity stands on the threshold of becoming the creator. Just as the Anunnaki were described thousands of years ago, the cycle turns. Perhaps this is what they intended all along, that their creation would one day learn to create. And so, the question lingers, more unsettling than ever. Did we rise from the dust through random chance, or were we crafted, a deliberate fusion of heaven and earth? The answer may not lie in ancient texts or myth alone, but within us. Every cell, every strand of DNA, could be a message, a signature left behind by those who shaped us. The Anunnaki may be long gone, or they may still be watching, waiting for their creation to remember. Because the truth of our origin might not be buried in the sands of Mesopotamia. It might be encoded in our very blood. In the dusty ruins of Mesopotamia, archaeologists uncovered clay fragments inscribed with the Enuma Elish, the Babylonian creation epic that predates the book of Genesis by centuries. Its opening lines whisper the memory of a time before time, when the cosmos itself was chaos and the gods emerged from the dark waters. Yet, within this poetic myth lies something far deeper than theology. It reads like a coded record, an ancient attempt to describe creation not through faith, but through process, through deliberate acts of design. The Sumerians and Babylonians didn't imagine a universe born of nothing. They imagined a universe engineered. The Enuma Elish begins with two primordial forces, Apsu, the fresh water, and Tiamat, the salt water, two energies mingling to form creation. From them, the first generation of God arises. The text describes cosmic conflicts, alignment of powers, and the formation of the heavens and the earth. To the modern eye, it seems mythic, yet hidden beneath its language are descriptions eerily reminiscent of modern physics and cosmology. Chaos condensed into form, light emerging from a void, celestial bodies being set in their courses. But then comes a striking passage that ties this myth directly to humanity's origin. When the gods, tired of labor, decide to create servants from the blood of a god mixed with clay. In this act, the Enuma Elish mirrors Sumerian creation accounts, such as Enki and Ninmah and the Atrahasis epic. All describe a divine council, a debate among higher beings about how to produce a new kind of life. The purpose is practical, relief from toil, assistance in labor. The process is detailed. One god is sacrificed, his blood used as a divine template, and that essence is merged with the material of the earth. What emerges is man, not an accident of nature, but a deliberate construct. They bound upon the clay, one line reads, and gave it the breath of life. The language is ancient, but the structure, combining materials, transferring life essence, activation, sounds astonishingly like the steps of a biological experiment. Zecharia Sitchin interpreted this not as myth, but as a record of genetic manipulation. To him, the blood of a god was the DNA of the Anunnaki, and clay was the genetic stock of early hominids. The Enuma Elish thus became the story of the first successful hybridization, the birth of Homo sapiens. The text even specifies that the being was made to bear the workload of the gods, mirroring the idea of humanity created as a labor force for their celestial overlords. Ancient scribes, incapable of understanding molecular biology, could only describe the miracle in the language they knew: blood, breath, and divine word. But what makes the Enuma Elish truly remarkable is its mathematical and structural precision. The narrative unfolds in 7 tablets, each describing a phase of creation: light, order, the establishment of heavenly bodies, and finally, mankind. The parallel to the biblical 7 days of creation is undeniable. Yet, in the Babylonian version, the process feels more mechanical, almost algorithmic, as if each day were a sequence in a cosmic formula. This raises an unsettling possibility. Did later religious texts simplify and spiritualize what was once a literal record of engineered creation? The language of measuring, fixing, and setting the heavens in order appears repeatedly throughout the text. These verbs are not those of mystics. They are the verbs of architects, surveyors, and engineers. He measured the deep, the tablet says of Marduk. He fixed the paths of the stars and established their stations. To the ancients, Marduk's ordering of the cosmos was divine. To a modern reader, it resembles the calibration of orbits, the programming of celestial mechanics. The gods are not ethereal spirits. They are technicians manipulating matter, constructing a system governed by laws. Even the depiction of Tiamat's defeat by Marduk holds a strange, almost scientific symbolism. Marduk splits Tiamat in 2, creating the heavens and the earth from her divided body. Scholars interpret this as mythic violence. Yet, in the language of energy and matter, it could be seen as a splitting of a cosmic entity. Matter divided, energy transformed, a mythic description of creation to control destruction. This is not the language of primitive imagination. It's the poetic memory of a people who may have witnessed or been told about events of unimaginable scale. The Enuma Elish also encodes a form of what some researchers call the creation code. The names of the gods and their relationships correspond to natural forces: water, wind, earth, fire, order, chaos. Together, they describe a system of balance, the very principles of energy transformation and molecular stability. Some esoteric scholars suggest that these ancient texts preserve not myth, but a symbolic form of scientific data, a proto-language of creation that survived the collapse of an earlier, more advanced epoch. Mainstream historians, of course, regard this as coincidence. To them, the parallels between the Enuma Elish and Genesis reflect shared mythic traditions, not shared memory. They argue that the Babylonians and Hebrews drew from the same pool of Mesopotamian stories to explain existence. But this explanation fails to address why these stories feel so deliberate, so specific, and so oddly consistent across cultures separated by geography and time. The motifs of divine councils, engineered creation, celestial design, and 7-phase processes appear everywhere, from Sumer to Egypt, from Mesoamerica to the Far East. Could all these myths be fragments of one original account, a collective recollection of intervention from beyond the stars? Even more curious is the way these ancient stories emphasize sound and command as creative forces. He spoke, and it was done. This line, echoed in the Bible, originates in the Enuma Elish. The gods create not with hands, but with words, vibrations of intent. In modern physics, we know that sound and frequency shape matter at the microscopic level. Could the ancients have encoded the concept of frequency-based manipulation, the use of resonance to influence form, into their language of divine speech? If so, the word of creation may have been far more literal than we imagine. The deeper one reads, the more the Enuma Elish feels like a surviving piece of forbidden knowledge, a fusion of science and myth, a record of an event humanity was never meant to fully comprehend. It is both a creation story and a user manual, written in the only language an early civilization could understand. And in its lines we see the merging of heaven and earth, the mingling of blood and clay, and the imprint of gods who may not have been gods at all. Perhaps the ancients didn't invent these stories to explain their world. They inherited them, encoded them, preserved them like fragments of a greater truth. And the Enuma Elish, the epic of creation, may be the oldest surviving record of that truth. A chronicle of the moment life was designed, of the fusion between divine intention and earthly substance. The creation code still lives within us. It pulses through every cell, every heartbeat, every spark of thought. Whether written by gods, aliens, or human poets trying to preserve what they could not fully grasp, the message remains the same. Humanity was shaped not by chance, but by choice. And the Enuma Elish, etched into clay under the shadow of ziggurats, may hold the blueprint of that divine act, waiting for those who dare to read between the lines. Gold, to modern eyes, it's a symbol of wealth, power, and human greed. To the ancients, it was the flesh of the gods, immortal, untarnished, radiant. Across civilizations, gold has been revered with a reverence that defies mere economics. It resists decay, shines with a light like that of the sun, and has properties unlike any other metal on Earth. But what if our obsession with gold is not simply cultural, but inherited, encoded into us by those who first sought out on this planet? According to Sumerian tablets, the Anunnaki came to Earth not to conquer, but to extract something vital for their own survival: gold. The glittering metal was not just treasure, it was technology, the key to preserving their dying world. In the story told by Zechariah Sitchin, and supported by interpretations of the Atrahasis and other Mesopotamian texts, the Anunnaki's homeworld, Nibiru, was suffering from an atmospheric catastrophe. Its protective shield was failing, threatening their civilization with extinction. The only element capable of repairing it, the text suggests, was gold, finely powdered and suspended in their upper atmosphere to reflect and stabilize the planet's radiant energy. When Nibiru's resources ran dry, the gods looked to other worlds. Their search led them to Earth, a planet rich in minerals, teeming with life, and glittering with the substance they needed most. At first, the Anunnaki themselves undertook the labor of mining. The texts speak of them digging deep within the earth and enduring hardship. Eventually, the lesser gods, known as the Igigi, rebelled. They refused to bear the heavy yoke of toil, declaring that they would no longer dig in the darkness, while their rulers enjoyed the light of the heavens. Faced with rebellion, the Council of the Anunnaki gathered to find a solution. Enki, ever the scientist and problem solver, proposed a bold idea. Let's create a worker who will bear the load of the gods. It was then, according to Sumerians, that humanity was born, not as a divine creation of love, but as a labor force engineered for purpose. This narrative, dismissed by mainstream scholars as myth, finds uncanny resonance in the geography of ancient Earth. Archaeologists have uncovered evidence of prehistoric gold mines in southern Africa, dating back over 100,000 years, far older than any known civilization. In the hills of Mpumalanga, thousands of circular stone structures lie scattered across the landscape, their origins shrouded in mystery. Local legend calls them the ruins of the gods. Could these have been the sites where the Anunnaki first extracted their precious resource? Even the ancient name of southern Africa, Abzu, matches the Sumerian word for the deep waters of the earth, the domain ruled by Enki himself. If humanity was indeed created to serve this purpose, the symbolism of gold across cultures begins to take on a new dimension. The pharaohs of Egypt called themselves sons of the sun, adorning their tombs and temples with gold not for wealth, but to reflect divine essence. The Inca referred to it as the sweat of the sun. The gods of Mesoamerica descended from the heavens, shimmering in golden armor. Everywhere the Anunnaki are said to have touched, gold became sacred, eternal, untouchable, the very signature of the divine. Science, too, gives gold a near-mystical quality. Unlike other metals, it does not corrode. It conducts electricity with near-perfect efficiency. It can be beaten into sheets thinner than a breath, stretched into a wire long enough to reach the stars. Even modern technology relies on it. Satellites, spacecraft, computers, and even life support systems all depend on gold's unique properties. If the Anunnaki truly use gold to stabilize their planet's atmosphere, it would make sense. Gold can reflect infrared radiation, conduct energy without decay, and remain stable for eternity. The same properties that make it invaluable to our space-age technology could have made it indispensable to theirs. The deeper question is this: if humans were designed to mine and serve, why did the gods leave? Some theorists suggest that once the Anunnaki secured enough gold or completed their mission, they departed, leaving their creation to evolve independently. Others believe they never truly left. The idea that gold still holds humanity under its spell may not be coincidence. From ancient temples to modern vaults, from the crowns of kings to the circuitry of satellites, gold continues to rule our world. Its control over human civilization has endured for millennia. as if a fragment of our original programming still drives us to seek and worship it. The Sumerian tablets even hint at the hierarchical purpose of this creation. Enlil, the stern commander of the mission, saw humans as mere tools, slaves of the gods. Enki, however, viewed his creation with a kind of fatherly pride. He granted humans fragments of knowledge and self-awareness, much to Enlil's fury. The conflict between them, myth says, was not only about control, but about the destiny of humankind. Enki wanted his creation to evolve, to think, to dream. Enlil wanted obedience, silence, and order. The outcome of their struggle shaped the very foundation of human nature, half divine curiosity, half programmed servitude. We are both the workers and the seekers, driven to dig into the earth and reach for the stars. Even our oldest religious texts echo this divide. In Genesis, humanity is cursed to toil the ground by the sweat of the brow. The gods of Sumerians impose labor upon their creations. The biblical God condemns mankind to it. The parallels are unmistakable. Were these divine decrees moral metaphors, or the echoes of an ancient command, encoded in stories to preserve a history too dangerous to tell openly? Some alternative historians suggest that the Anunnaki may have used their human creation to build cities and temples that doubled as energy centers, harvesting both physical materials and spiritual energy. Gold, in this interpretation, was more than metal. It was the energetic conductor between worlds, linking the divine and the earthly. Temples layered in gold leaf were not mere decoration. They were instruments of resonance, amplifying frequency, opening channels between the gods above and the beings below. Whether one views it as myth or hidden history, the story of gold unites every civilization under a single obsession. It is a thread that binds the Sumerians, the Egyptians, the Mayans, and even us. We measure wealth, power, and status by it. Nations rise and fall over it. Wars are fought for it. Yet we rarely stop to ask why. Why this one metal, above all others, commands such reverence? Perhaps the answer lies not in human psychology, but in divine inheritance. The Anunnaki may have left long ago, but their legacy glitters in every vault, every crown, every longing for power and permanence. Gold was their purpose, and perhaps it remains ours. If they truly engineered us for that mission, then our endless pursuit of it, our fascination, our wars, our worship, is not greed. It is memory. The echo of an ancient command whispered into the first human's DNA. Seek the gold. Serve the gods. And even now, as we launch probes into space, searching for habitable worlds and mining asteroids rich in precious metals, we may be unknowingly repeating their purpose. We, too, have become the miners of the cosmos. In chasing the shimmer of gold, we might only be fulfilling the ancient cycle they began. For what began in the minds of the Anunnaki may still continue, through us, their greatest creation, still searching for the treasure of the gods. In the scorching plains of Mesopotamia, beneath shifting layers of sand and time, archaeologists have uncovered remnants of a civilization that seemed far too advanced for its era. Roads, drainage systems, metallurgical workshops, and intricate temples emerged from the dust, evidence not of primitive tribes, but of a people who possess a startling grasp of engineering, astronomy, and mathematics. Yet scattered among these ruins are clues that defy explanation. Strange artifacts, inexplicable carvings, and ruins that appear older than civilization itself whisper a possibility too unsettling for academia to accept, that the Sumerians inherited their knowledge from beings who were here long before them. These are the archaeological clues hidden in plain sight. Fragments of forgotten history that hint at the presence of the Anunnaki. In the city of Eridu, one of humanity's oldest known settlements, archaeologists found foundations aligned precisely with celestial north, constructed thousands of years before the advent of compasses or advanced astronomy. The city's temple, the Iabzu, was said to be the dwelling place of Enki, the god of wisdom and creation. Excavations revealed multiple layers of construction, one built atop another, suggesting that this house of the deep waters had been rebuilt repeatedly over thousands of years. Each layer preserved the same architectural plan, as though following a divine blueprint. What knowledge guided these builders? How did they achieve such precision without the tools of later civilizations? Further south, in the ruins of Uar and Uruk, archaeologists uncovered enormous ziggurats, massive step structures that rose toward the heavens. These were not mere temples. They were observatories, carefully oriented toward the stars. Modern engineers studying their foundations noted that their dimensions and placements mirror celestial coordinates with uncanny accuracy. The Great Ziggurat of Ur, for example, aligns perfectly with the lunar cycles, reflecting the Sumerians' obsession with time, tides, and the heavens. But why would a supposedly primitive civilization invest such effort into astronomical precision unless their gods, the Anunnaki, had instructed them to do so? Among the most perplexing discoveries are ancient artifacts depicting what appear to be advanced tools and machinery. Cylinder seals, small engraved stones used to stamp documents, show scenes of the gods surrounded by complex devices, panels with buttons, tubes, and objects that look startlingly like modern spacecraft. One seal, known as VA-243, depicts the solar system with the sun at the center and all the planets orbiting it, including one extra body beyond Pluto. Mainstream scholars dismiss this as coincidence or artistic abstraction. But how could the Sumerians, who had no telescopes, know of Uranus and Neptune, planets not discovered until the 18th and 19th centuries? Then there are the mining sites. Deep in the hills of southern Africa, thousands of ancient shafts cut into solid rock have been found, so old that carbon dating places them around 100,000 years before any known civilization. The soil around them bears traces of ancient gold extraction. The Sumerian texts mention the Annunnaki's labor in the Abzu, the deep places of the earth, before creating humans to take over their work. Could these South African mines be the remnants of that effort? The physical evidence of a story dismissed as myth? Other anomalies stretch across continents. In Baalbek, Lebanon, massive stone platforms rest at the heart of an ancient temple complex. Some individual stones weigh over 1,000 tons, far too large for even modern cranes to lift easily. Ancient builders somehow quarried, transported, and placed them with millimeter precision. The Romans later built their temple to Jupiter atop this site, as if acknowledging its sacred and incomprehensible origins. Some researchers suggest Baalbek's foundations were far older than Rome, perhaps remnants of a pre-flood era when the gods themselves walked the earth. The precision, the scale, and the unexplained craftsmanship all point to a level of technology lost to human memory. Even the Sumerian depictions of flight seem to foreshadow modern technology. Carvings show gods seated in capsules, wearing what appear to be helmets or visors. Descriptions in the tablets speak of chariots that roar like dragons and ships that shone like the sun. The god U2, associated with the sun, was said to rise each day in a vehicle of fire, traversing the sky. To the Sumerians, these were divine metaphors. To modern readers, they sound disturbingly like accounts of aerial machines. When viewed through the lens of technology rather than theology, these ancient descriptions read less like imagination and more like documentation. The archaeological record also preserves smaller, more intimate clues, clay figurines with elongated skulls, eyes slanted and large, carvings showing humans standing beside towering figures in horn helmets. The proportions are consistent. The gods are always taller, broader, and draped in garments marked by complex patterns resembling machinery or layered armor. Were these artistic exaggerations or accurate depictions of what the ancients actually saw? The consistent imagery across thousands of years and multiple cultures suggests collective memory rather than coincidence. Modern archaeologists often attribute the Sumerians' achievements to human ingenuity. And yet, even within academic circles, some admit that the leap from prehistory to civilization was so sudden, so complete, that it borders on the miraculous. The invention of writing, the creation of city grids, the codification of laws, and the mapping of stars, all within a few centuries, defy the slow evolution of cultural development. Could these breakthroughs have been guided, as the Sumerians themselves claimed, by the lords of knowledge who descended from the heavens? The British archaeologist Sir Leonard Woolley, who excavated Ur in the early 20th century, was astonished by the sophistication of its artifacts. These people were not struggling toward civilization, he wrote. They were already civilized. He cannot explain how. He uncovered intricate jewelry made from alloys requiring smelting techniques supposedly unknown for millennia, and tools of craftsmanship so refined they seem modern. These discoveries remain officially unexplained, cataloged but never fully interpreted. Another mystery lies in the Sumerians' awareness of advanced metallurgy. They knew how to create bronze by combining copper and tin, a process that requires precise control of temperature and proportions. Yet tin is scarce in Mesopotamia, leading historians to wonder where they acquired it. Some alternative researchers propose that the Anunnaki provided not only the knowledge but also the trade networks or technologies to source and process these materials. The Sumerian texts frequently describe the gods forging the tools of heaven and earth, suggesting that metallurgy itself may have been a sacred act, perhaps a legacy of their celestial teachers. Even the ruins of temples and ziggurats seem to hint at more than religious devotion. Many are built upon powerful geomagnetic points, as though their placement followed an energetic pattern invisible to the human eye. Modern surveys reveal that these sites form alignments with other ancient monuments. Stonehenge, the Great Pyramid, and the temples of Angkor, all seemingly connected by latitude, longitude, or celestial geometry. Were these alignments intentional? Could the gods have used them as part of a global energy network, channeling power through the Earth's magnetic field? To the skeptic, these patterns are chance alignments and human ingenuity. To the believer, they are the remnants of a planetary blueprint left by the Anunnaki, a map of their presence across the globe. Perhaps the most haunting clue lies not in the stones, but in what's missing. Ancient sites show abrupt abandonments, cities left empty, workshops silent, temples half-finished. It's as though the builders vanished overnight, leaving behind only the echo of divine departure. Did the Anunnaki leave suddenly? Or did they retreat into the shadows, watching from afar as their creation learned to walk on its own? Every discovery adds another fragment to the puzzle, yet the picture remains incomplete. The ziggurats, the mines, the seals, the colossal stones, they all whisper the same forbidden suggestion, that humankind did not rise alone, that our ancestors recorded what they saw and built monuments to remember it, that the gods of Sumer may not have been myths, but memories carved into the earth itself. The question that lingers is not whether these clues exist, they do, but whether we have the courage to interpret them without the blinders of modern arrogance. Perhaps the evidence has been before us all along, hidden in plain sight, waiting for eyes willing to see. For the Anunnaki truly walked this world, then every temple, every tablet, and every gleaming artifact is not just a relic of the past. It's a message from the gods who once called Earth home. The story of humanity's creation, according to the Sumerian tablets, does not begin with divine love or spontaneous miracle. It begins in a laboratory, deep within the heart of the Abzu, where the gods worked in shadowed chambers far beneath the earth. Here, under the direction of Enki and the mother goddess Ninhursag, the Anunnaki carried out a series of experiments that would change the course of life on this planet forever. They were not sculptors molding clay by hand. They were genetic engineers, combining the biological material of their own kind with that of Earth's primitive beings. From this synthesis, they produced the first hybrid species capable of labor, language, and loyalty, humankind. This is a genetic hybrid theory, the idea that we are the deliberate fusion of terrestrial and extraterrestrial life, created not by chance, but by design. In the mythic account known as Enki and Ninmah, or Ninhursag, the gods lament the burden of their work. The lesser gods, the Igigi, rebel against the labor of mining and building. Their work was heavy, the tablets say. Their distress was much. To solve the crisis, Enki suggests creating a new being to take over their toil. He summons Ninhursag, goddess of birth and healing, and together they gather in a chamber described as sterile and sealed, a place where no sunlight enters. There, they mix the clay of the earth with the essence of the gods. The result is a being shaped in the image of its makers, given movement and awareness by what the tablets call the breath of life. When read literally, this story mirrors the process of genetic creation. The clay may represent the organic material or DNA of Earth's early hominids, and the essence, the genetic code of the Anunnaki. The breath of life could symbolize the activation of this new genome, perhaps the spark of consciousness itself. The text even describes failures along the way. Beings that could not stand, that were blind or mute, or whose organs did not function properly. Only after several attempts did they produce a stable model capable of reproduction. Modern scientists might recognize this as trial and error genetic experimentation, the very foundation of biotechnology today. The myth grows eerily precise. The goddess Ninhursag is said to have created humans in batches, assisted by lesser deities called birth goddesses. The texts refer to use of molds, suggesting standardized forms, and speak of mixing the blood and shaping the heart. Even more curious, they describe how the model man was born not from divine conception, but from a womb. Ninhursag herself carried the prototype to term, and from her body, the first human emerged. The tablet states, "She pinched off 14 pieces of clay, 7 for male and 7 for female." Was this simply symbolic, or a primitive account of cloning or embryonic development? To ancient eyes, such technology would have appeared miraculous. Comparing this narrative with modern genetics, the parallels are uncanny. The combination of 2 species DNA to form a viable hybrid is a scientific reality. We have already merged species at the cellular level in laboratories, creating human-animal chimeras for medical research. Scientists extract nuclei, transfer DNA, and reprogram cells to create life forms with specific functions. If humans can do this now, could the Anunnaki have done the same in a far more advanced form hundreds of thousands of years ago? The ancient story suddenly feels less mythical and more like the memory of something once witnessed or passed down. Modern genetic evidence gives the theory a haunting edge. As discussed earlier, humanity's sudden appearance around 200,000 years ago, with complex cognition and linguistic ability, defies the slow curve of evolution. Homo sapiens emerged fully formed, out of nowhere. We possess genetic anomalies, like the fusion of chromosome 2, that distinguish us from all other primates. These abrupt biological shifts have no clear evolutionary precedent. Could this fusion have been deliberate? An engineered modification designed to stabilize a hybrid genome? It's a question that haunts evolutionary biology and fuels the ancient astronaut hypothesis alike. Even the ancient term Lulu Amalu, the Sumerian name for humanity, translates not simply to man, but to the mixed one or hybrid worker. The implication is clear. Mankind was not a spontaneous creation, but a mixture, an intentional combination of 2 species. The tablets further specify that the first humans were infertile, unable to reproduce on their own. Only later, after Enki's secret intervention, were they given the seed of life. This mirrors the genetic activation of reproductive capability, the difference between a sterile laboratory model and a self-sustaining species. In mythic form, it is the story of Adam and Eve, beings created in a controlled paradise, then suddenly grant the ability to procreate and multiply. The role of Enki is central to this narrative. While Enlil, the commander of the Earth mission, saw humans as expendable tools, Enki grew attached to his creation. The tablets describe his compassion, his desire to see humanity thrive. Against the will of the other gods, he taught humans writing, agriculture, and healing. In this light, Enki is not a god of chaos, as later myths will portray him, but a liberator, the scientist who defied authority to elevate his own creation. His actions parallel the archetype of Prometheus, who stole fire from the gods to give it to mankind. Could it be that these myths across cultures all describe the same ancient rebellion, the moment when the creator's assistant chose to make their creation self-aware? Every civilization that followed carried echoes of this moment. The Egyptians told of Thoth, who granted writing and wisdom to humanity. The Greeks revere Hermes, messenger between gods and men. In India, the gods created mankind from the essence of heaven and dust of the earth. The biblical story of Genesis states, "The Lord God formed man from the dust of the ground and breathed into his nostrils the breath of life." Each of these accounts describes the same act through different metaphors, the fusion of earthly material with divine energy. What religion calls a soul, science might one day call consciousness code, something inserted or awakened in our DNA by an external source. Even our languages carry vestiges of this origin. Words like spirit, inspiration, and consciousness all derive from roots meaning breath or to blow, reflecting the idea of life being animated by something intangible but powerful, perhaps a symbolic remembrance of that first divine breath. Archaeological evidence adds another layer to the story. In temples dedicated to Enki, artifacts show scenes of creation, figures kneeling before a seated god who holds a device shaped like a flask or a DNA helix. Nearby, goddesses cradle newborn humans, while winged beings stand watch. These are not random motifs. They are sequences of events. In one carving, Enki appears to pass a measuring rod and rope, a symbol of genetic calibration, to a priest or scribe. Scholars interpret it as architecture. Alternative historians see it as a depiction of genetic coding. The philosophical implications of this theory are staggering. If humans were created as hybrids, then our existence was not an accident of evolution, but a deliberate design. It raises questions of ownership and purpose. Do we truly belong to this planet, or are we tenants in a world engineered for us? Is the divine spark within us a gift or a control mechanism? Some even suggest that our creators built limits into our biology, shortened lifespans, limited sensory perception, and locked genetic potential, ensuring we would never surpass them. Yet Enki's defiance, his decision to grant humanity knowledge, may have broken that restriction, setting us on a path towards self-awareness and eventual independence. From clay to consciousness, the transformation of man was not a single act, but a series of awakenings. First came physical form, then intellect, then soul. Each stage brought humanity closer to divinity, closer to its makers. Perhaps that is why nearly every culture carries a myth of divine punishment for overreaching, for daring to become like the gods. The story of Eden's forbidden fruit, the Tower of Babel, the fall of Atlantis, all echo a single warning. Mankind's ascent toward godhood mirrors the very act that created it. In the end, the genetic hybrid theory offers not just an alternative history, but a mirror for the human condition. We are caught between two worlds, instinct and intellect, nature and technology, earth and stars. The tension we feel within ourselves may be the lingering echo of our divided origin, the struggle between the animal that evolved here and the spark that came from elsewhere. If the Anunnaki truly engineered us, they may have left more than genes behind. They may have left within us the drive to question, to build, to explore, to seek our creators. And perhaps that, more than servitude or labor, was their true legacy, to see if their hybrid offspring would one day look to heavens and ask the same question the Sumerians once carved into stone: who made us and why? Because somewhere between the clay of the earth and the code of the stars lies the answer to the oldest mystery of all. The moment humanity opened its eyes, took its first breath, and became more than just life, it became creation reborn. In the pantheon of the Anunnaki, few rivalries burn brighter or carry greater consequence than the cosmic struggle between Enlil and Enki, two brothers whose conflict would shape the destiny of humankind itself. Their opposition was not merely a clash of personalities. It was a very embodiment of control versus compassion, order versus curiosity, dominance versus creation. Together, they represent the twin forces that govern existence, the urge to rule and the impulse to nurture. Their story unfolds like a celestial drama, echoing through every ancient myth of gods in conflict, from Zeus and Hades to Yahweh and Lucifer, and at its heart lies the fate of humanity, the hybrid race born of divine ambition and rebellion. Enlil was the commander of earth operations, the enforcer of divine law, the stern overseer of the gods' mission. The Sumerians called him Lord of the Air, a title that symbolizes dominion over both the heavens and earth's atmosphere. He was power, hierarchy, and discipline incarnate. To Enlil, the purpose of the human experiment was purely functional. Mankind was to serve. Created from the genetic essence of the gods and the clay of the earth, humans were instruments, living tools designed to mine, build, and maintain the Anunnaki's earthly infrastructure. Compassion had no place in Enlil's grand design. He ruled through fear, obedience, and precision, ensuring that the balance between heaven and earth was never disrupted. Enki, his half-brother, was his opposite in every way. Known as a lord of the waters, he was a scientist, an alchemist, and a rebel. Where Enlil saw order, Enki saw possibility. He ruled the subterranean waters, the Abzu, a metaphorical realm of creation and mystery. It was Enki who engineered humanity, mixing divine blood with earthly essence. And it was Enki who, after seeing his creation suffering, defied the counsel of the gods by granting humans the spark of intelligence and self-awareness. The text described Enki as both cunning and compassionate, an archetype later echoed in the figure of Prometheus, who gave fire to mankind and suffered eternal punishment for it. Enki's rebellion was not for power, but for empathy. He believed humanity could become more than slaves. The tension between the brothers escalated as humanity grew in number and awareness. The Atrahasis epic recounts how human noise disturbed the rest of the gods, an allegory, perhaps, for the chaos of consciousness awakening. Enlil, furious at the clamor of mortals, sought to silence them. He unleashed plagues, droughts, and famine, demanding that humans be reduced to manageable numbers. Enki, however, secretly intervened, teaching humans how to heal, irrigate, and survive. Each act of mercy deepened the divide between the brothers. Enlil saw disobedience. Enki saw evolution. When the Council of the Anunnaki decided to cleanse the earth with a great flood, a planetary reset to erase the human experiment, Enlil led the decree, but Enki could not bear to watch his creation perish. Defying the law of the gods, he whispered warnings to Atrahasis, the prototype of Noah, instructing him to build a vessel that would preserve life. "Tear down your house and build a ship," the text records Enki saying. "Take into it the seed of every living thing." When the deluge came, humanity was spared, not by divine will, but by the compassion of one God who defied his brother. The flood ended not only an age of the gods, but marked the beginning of humanity's independence. In this conflict, one can see the roots of a far larger narrative, one that transcends time and culture. Enlil, the authoritarian ruler, becomes the archetype of divine control. Enki, the liberator, the embodiment of forbidden knowledge. Later religions would transform their story into moral allegory. God versus the serpent, heaven versus hell, obedience versus rebellion. Yet in the oldest version, both figures are divine, both necessary. Without Enlil's structure, there is chaos. Without Enki's innovation, there is stagnation. Humanity, born between them, inherits both impulses, to obey and to question, to preserve order and to seek freedom. The echoes of their rivalry ripple through myth after myth. In Egypt, Osiris and Set replay their struggle as creation versus destruction. In the Hebrew tradition, Yahweh's laws stand opposed to the serpent's temptation of knowledge, an echo of Enlil's demand for obedience and Enki's gift of awareness. Even in Greek mythology, the Titan Prometheus suffers eternal torment for defying Zeus to uplift mankind. The same pattern repeats, as if humanity cannot escape its original schism, the inherited conflict between two divine archetypes written into our very DNA. Archaeological and textual evidence reinforces the duality. Temples dedicated to Enlil, such as a great sanctuary in Nippur, emphasize hierarchy and ritual precision, massive ziggurats rising toward the heavens, symbolizing obedience and divine order. By contrast, Enki's temple at Eridu sits low near the water, a sprawling complex devoted to healing, learning, and creation. The architectural contrast between skyward ziggurat and subterranean shrine mirrors the brothers' cosmic roles: air and water, law and life, power and compassion. Modern interpreters of the Sumerian texts see the brothers' feud as more than myth. It's a symbolic record of two competing factions within the Anunnaki themselves. One group, aligned with Enlil, sought control, structure, and dominance. The other, loyal to Enki, favored experimentation, evolution, and enlightenment. Some theorists suggest that this internal division may have extended into humanity itself. Those created under Enlil's directive carried the imprint of servitude and obedience. Those touched by Enki's modifications carried the spark of independence and curiosity. The eternal human struggle between conformity and rebellion, submission and innovation, might be the living legacy of this divine conflict. Even the ancient concept of sin and redemption finds its root here. Enlil's punishments, plagues, floods, decrees, reflect divine law imposed from above. Enki's interventions, always done in secret, reflect grace and hidden wisdom. In later traditions, this became the tension between religion and science, faith and inquiry, heaven's command and humanity's will. Enlil's followers would build temples, codes, and hierarchies. Enki's descendants would become seekers, philosophers, and heretics. Together, they forged the paradox of human civilization: progress born from rebellion, morality born from constraint. In the deeper metaphysical sense, Enlil and Enki are not merely historical figures, but archetypal forces that exist within every human being. We are the children of their conflict, torn between obedience to the structures that sustain us and the urge to transcend them. When we build civilizations, we follow Enlil's order. When we break boundaries, invent, or rebel, we channel Enki's spirit. Both gods live within us, and our history is their endless argument made flesh. The Sumerian myths end without clear resolution. Enlil remains a ruler, but his authority is diminished. Enki, though victorious in saving humanity, retreats into the depths of the earth. Yet their story lingers, encoded in religion, art, and the subconscious of humankind. It is a story of creation, control, of defiance and destiny, a cosmic drama that plays out not only in the heavens, but in every human heart. Perhaps the greatest mystery of all is that both brothers may have achieved their goals. Enlil ensured the survival of divine order. Enki ensured the survival of human freedom. Between them, a fragile balance endures. The human race, caught in the crossfire of their rivalry, became the living bridge between gods and stars, a testament to a war that began not on Earth, but far beyond it. And as we look upward, searching for meaning among the stars, we may yet feel their presence. The lawgiver and the rebel, still watching, still debating the fate of their greatest experiment, us. The story of the Great Flood is one of humanity's most enduring legends. It appears in nearly every culture, every sacred text, every corner of the world, from the Sumerian Archaeologists to the Hebrew Genesis, from the Epic of Gilgamesh to the flood myths of the Aztecs and Hindus. Though the details differ, the essence remains the same: a catastrophic deluge sent by divine beings to wipe out an age of corruption and begin anew. What mainstream historians interpret as a metaphor for natural disaster or moral cleansing, ancient texts describe with eerie precision as an act of calculated judgment, a deliberate reset by the gods. And within the Sumerian narrative, it is the Anunnaki themselves who stand at the center of that event. According to the Archaeologists epic, humanity had grown too numerous, too noisy, and too rebellious for Enlil's liking. The gods who once rejoiced at their creation now saw them as a nuisance. The land was bellowing like a bull, the text reads. The god was disturbed by their clamor. Enlil, the stern commander, decided that mankind had overstepped its bounds. The hybrid creation had begun to think, to question, to dream beyond its purpose. Order had turned to chaos. Enlil's solution was brutal in its simplicity. Erase the experiment, end humanity, preserve the divine order, and start again. But not all the gods agreed. Enki, the scientist and protector of humankind, could not accept the destruction of his creation. Bound by an oath not to openly defy the council, he chose a path of quiet rebellion, speaking through walls of reeds, a symbolic act to avoid direct violation. He warned his human servant, Atrahasis, of the impending catastrophe. Tear down your house, he whispered, and build a ship. Leave behind your possessions, and take the seed of all living creatures within. What follows in the Atrahasis is nearly identical to the biblical story of Noah. Atrahasis obeys. The storm gods gather. The waters of heaven and the fountains of the deep burst forth. The flood rages for days, annihilating everything in its path. When it finally ends, the survivors emerge into a silent, reborn world. In this light, the flood is not divine punishment. It is an interplanetary act of population control. The Sumerian tablets describe the Anunnaki watching from above in their chariots of the heavens as the waters swallowed the land. When it was over, the gods smelled the sweet savor of the first sacrifices and regretted their decision. Enlil's wrath subsided. The flood became the Great Reset, the moment when the old order of the gods ended and the new epic of humankind began. Modern geology and archaeology lend haunting support to this ancient tale. Around 10,800 BCE, the Earth experienced a Younger Dryas event, a sudden global climate shift that brought massive flooding, sea level rise, and the destruction of early settlements. Evidence of cataclysmic floods appears in sediment layers across Mesopotamia, Anatolia, and even the Americas. Deep beneath the Persian Gulf lies what scientists call the Gulf Oasis, a once fertile region now submerged under the sea, believed by some researchers to be the cradle of early civilization. Could this have been the land of the Anunnaki cities before the flood, the true origin of the Sumerian memory? The parallels between myth and science are striking. Ancient texts speak of torrential rains, melting ice, and the opening of the great deep. Geologists describe glacial melt and oceanic surges that drown coastlines worldwide. To the ancients, Such forces would indeed appear divine. Yet the Sumerian records differ from later retellings in one crucial way. They treat the flood not as a spontaneous act of nature, but as a deliberate operation. The Anunnaki planned it. They waited for cosmic alignment and released a storm when the time was right. Some theorists suggest that the event may have been triggered by a gravitational disturbance from Nibiru's passage, or perhaps by weapons of unimaginable power, technological forces mistaken for acts of godhood. When the waters receded, the Anunnaki descended once more. The world had changed, but so had they. The tablets described the gods as weary, repentant, and introspective. Enlil, who once sought to destroy, now vowed to preserve. Enki, triumphant but sorrowful, helped the survivors rebuild. The gods divided the earth among themselves, establishing new centers of power. To ensure humanity's survival, they reintroduced agriculture, animal husbandry, and celestial knowledge. It was a rebirth not just of the planet, but of civilization. From this point onward, humankind was no longer a silent servant but a partner, albeit one still bound by divine oversight. Archaeological evidence from the post-flood era supports this narrative. Around 9000 BCE, agriculture suddenly appeared across multiple regions: Mesopotamia, Egypt, and the Indus Valley. Villages became cities almost overnight. Pottery, irrigation, and written language emerged within a few thousand years, a blink of an eye in evolutionary terms. It was as if someone had pressed reset, seeding knowledge wherever survivors gathered. The Sumerians themselves claimed that after the flood, the gods ascended once again to re-establish kingship and guide humanity's rebirth. The first city, Eridu, Enki's city, was said to be founded directly under divine instruction. But the flood also marked the beginning of distance between gods and men. The Anunnaki, once visible rulers, withdrew from daily life. They were said to have ascended to the heavens, watching from afar while humans carried out their decrees. Their temples became symbolic rather than functional, shrines to beings who no longer walked among mortals. This withdrawal left a vacuum, one that would later be filled by myth, religion, and the human hunger for meaning. The gods became legends, their technology recast as magic, their science remembered as miracle. Across cultures, echoes of this event endure. The Greeks told of Deucalion and Pyrrha, survivors of a divine flood. The Hindus spoke of Manu, warned by a fish god to build a boat. The Mesoamericans remembered a world cleansed by water, so that the gods could begin again. These are not isolated coincidences. They are fragments of one shared memory, retold in the language of different peoples. Humanity's collective subconscious still remembers a flood, not as myth, but as trauma, an echo of the day our makers nearly erased us. For the Anunnaki, the flood was both punishment and purification. For humanity, it was initiation, the moment we proved we could survive without constant divine supervision. Afterward, humans began to see themselves not just as servants, but as inheritors of the God's world. The balance had shifted. The flood had washed away not only cities, but also boundaries between divine and mortal destiny. The age of direct contact was over. The age of remembrance had begun. To modernize, the flood myth serves as a warning. Civilizations rise and fall, and nature, or those who command it, can reset the world in an instant. But to those who look deeper, it is also a promise. Each reset brings renewal, each destruction the seed of creation. The Great Flood was not just the end of an era. It was the beginning of human independence. The moment our species was forced to stand alone, bear within us the dual legacy of our creators, the discipline of Enlil and the compassion of Enki. And perhaps that is why the flood story endures. It is not only a tale of loss and survival, it is the origin of human resilience. It reminds us that even after the gods withdrew, we inherited their will to rebuild. The waters may have erased our first home, but they cannot wash away the divine spark that made us human. For in the silence after the storm, when the skies cleared and the earth steamed under the new sun, humanity looked up, not in fear, but in remembrance, knowing that somewhere beyond the clouds, our creators were watching, waiting, and perhaps preparing to return. As the floodwaters receded and a reborn humanity spread once again across the face of the earth, the memory of the Anunnaki did not vanish. It evolved. Their names, their symbols, and their stories began to appear under new guises in every corner of the ancient world. Egypt, India, Mesoamerica, Greece, and even the distant lands of the Pacific all preserved echoes of the same celestial visitors. The gods may have changed their faces and languages, but their essence remained unmistakable. Across civilizations, the Anunnaki reappeared as the architects of heaven and earth, the bringers of wisdom and the masters of creation. The cross-cultural parallels are too striking to dismiss as coincidence. They suggest a shared origin, a single source of divine knowledge that rippled outward from Sumer like concentric waves in time. In Egypt, they were known as the Neteru, the divine rulers who descended from the stars to establish the order of Ma'at. Osiris, Isis, Thoth, and Horus carried the same divine attributes as the Sumerian gods: mastery over life and death, knowledge of resurrection, and dominion over natural forces. Osiris, the god who descended to earth and taught agriculture and civilization to mankind, mirrors Enki, the benefactor of humanity. Thoth, the god of wisdom and writing, is his intellectual twin. Even the Egyptian creation myth, where Adam rises from primordial waters to shape the world, echoes Enki's dominion over the Abzu, the watery deep. Hieroglyphs and temples from Abydos to Dendera depict gods descending in boats of light, vessels that hover above the ground, emitting rays. Were these solar boats symbolic, or were they the same fiery chariots described by the Sumerians, reinterpreted through Egyptian eyes? Travel farther east, and the same celestial patterns emerge. In ancient India, the Devas and Asuras wage wars in the sky, piloting flying machines called Vimanas. The Rig Veda describes chariots that roar like thunder and shine like fire. These divine beings bestowed knowledge upon humanity, including medicine, astronomy, and spiritual law. The parallels to the Anunnaki are uncanny. Indra, the storm god who commands lightning and rules the heavens, resembles Enlil, the stern overlord of air and command. Vishnu, the preserver who descends to earth in various forms to restore balance, echoes Enki's compassionate interventions. Even the Hindu concept of avatars, divine beings taking physical form to guide humanity, mirrors the Sumerian accounts of gods walking among men. If the Anunnaki once ruled Sumer, then India may have preserved their cosmic story under new names, their ancient technology and knowledge reinterpreted through the lens of spirituality. In Mesoamerica, the echoes grow even louder. The Maya, Aztec, and Olmec civilizations all spoke of gods who descended from the heavens and taught mankind the arts of agriculture, astronomy, and architecture. Quetzalcoatl, the feathered serpent, is one of the most striking parallels to Enki. Both are symbols of knowledge, both bring enlightenment to humanity, and both are betrayed by jealous counterparts. The feathered serpent itself, a being that walks the earth but can soar into the sky, embodies the same dual nature as the Anunnaki, earthly and celestial, flesh and divinity. The temples of Teotihuacan and Palenque, with their perfect astronomical alignments and advanced masonry, seem to echo the ziggurats of Sumer, suggesting not imitation, but continuation, a transmission of design and purpose across oceans and ages. Even in the distant Pacific, the Polynesians tell of Tangaroa, the Sky Father who came from beyond the stars and created the islands. The Aboriginal peoples of Australia speak of the Wandjina, luminous sky beings with large eyes and featureless faces, descending from the clouds to teach law and culture. Their rock art depictions, tall, radiant figures with halos and strange suits, look startlingly similar to Sumerian reliefs of the gods in horn helmets. The same story repeats in Africa, where the Dogon tribe of Mali speak of the Namo, amphibious beings who came from the star Sirius and brought the knowledge of creation, mathematics, and the stars. The Dogon's astronomical precision, knowing of Sirius's invisible companion star-long before telescopes, remains one of the great unsolved mysteries of anthropology. How did they know what modern science would only confirm millennia later? These recurring patterns across civilizations raise a haunting possibility that the Anunnaki, after the Great Flood, scattered their knowledge around the globe, establishing outposts, training centers, or even colonies in distant lands. Each culture received fragments of the original story, reshaping it to fit its own environment and language. The gods became pantheons, their technology became magic, their leaders became myth. But beneath these transformations, the blueprint remains consistent. Divine beings descend from the heavens, create or guide humanity, promise return and depart. The similarities extend beyond narrative into architecture and symbolism. The pyramids of Egypt, the ziggurats of Mesopotamia, the step temples of Central America, and the megaliths of Asia and Europe all share geometric alignments to constellations, particularly Orion and Sirius. In Sumer, the constellation of Orion was associated with the god Ninurta, son of Enlil, a warrior and hunter of the heavens. In Egypt, the same constellation symbolized Osiris, lord of the afterlife. In Mesoamerica, it was linked to the feathered serpent. How could three cultures, separated by oceans and time, independently select the same group of stars to represent their divine progenitors? Perhaps they didn't choose independently at all. Perhaps they remembered the same celestial home, the same place in the night sky from which their creators once came. Even linguistic traces connect these distant myths. The Sumerian word Anu, heaven or sky, reappears in Polynesian as Anu, meaning divine or heavenly. The Mayan word Can, meaning serpent or wisdom, echoes the Sumerian Enki, often symbolized by the serpent. In Egypt, Ankh, the symbol of life, carries the same phonetic resonance as Anu and Ankh, life in the heavens. Are these coincidences, or the remnants of a global language once spoken by the first gods and their disciples? Mainstream scholars explain these parallels as archetypal patterns of human thought, a shared psychological need to personify the sky, to worship celestial phenomena. Yet this explanation feels insufficient in the face of such intricate detail. How did so many ancient peoples, without contact, produce such precise cosmological systems and architectural alignments? How did they all recall gods who descended from the stars, taught them civilization, and promised a return? Either humanity experienced a collective dream, or these are fragments of a real, prehistoric global contact. If the Anunnaki were indeed the source of these shared myths, then their legacy stretches far beyond Mesopotamia. They were not local deities confined to Sumerian soil. They were the architects of the first global civilization. Each culture they touched carried a piece of the original knowledge, a fragment of the divine code. The Anunnaki became Osiris in Egypt, Vishnu in India, Quetzalcoatl in Mesoamerica, and the Namo in Africa. They became the universal archetype of gods descending from the sky, a story humanity could never quite forget. Perhaps this was their plan all along. After the Great Flood, knowing that their direct reign had ended, they scattered their wisdom across continents, embedding it in temples, myths, and human memory. They turned knowledge into symbol, ensuring that even if the facts were lost, the echoes would endure. And as those echoes grew into religion, philosophy, and science, humanity continued their work, building, exploring, questioning. Across the world, every legend of gods from the heavens may trace back to a single truth, a race of beings who came not to destroy, but to seed life and civilization. Their names changed, their languages transformed, but their essence remained, the Anunnaki, the eternal bringers of light. And perhaps they are not gone. The same stars that guided the Sumerians still shine above us. The same constellations that once marked the descent of the gods still trace their paths in the night sky. If their influence spans from Sumer to the stars, then humanity's story is not merely the history of Earth. It is a history of an ancient cosmic legacy, still unfolding one civilization at a time. Across deserts and jungles, on mountaintops and deep beneath the earth, lie monuments so massive, so precise, and so ancient that modern engineers still marvel at them. They rise like riddles from the past. Structures that defy explanation, monuments that seem to whisper of lost technologies and forgotten architects. These are the megalithic mysteries of the ancient world. And for those who study the legend of the Anunnaki, they stand as the most tangible evidence that our ancestors did not build alone. For how could primitive humans, armed only with bronze chisels and stone hammers, have moved stones weighing hundreds or even thousands of tons? How could they have aligned temples with the stars so accurately that even modern observatories pale in comparison? To believers, these are not merely monuments. They are messages, enduring signatures of the gods who once walked among us. The first and perhaps most iconic of these structures are the ziggurats of Mesopotamia, the towering, stepped temples dedicated to the gods. These vast brick mountains rose from the plains like artificial hills, each layer meticulously aligned to the cardinal directions. The Sumerians said they were built as linking points between heaven and earth, places where gods could descend and ascend. The ziggurat of Ur, restored by modern archaeologists, still stands as a colossal reminder of that connection. Its design is mathematically flawless, its proportions harmonized with celestial geometry. The temple at its summit, dedicated to Nanna, the moon god, was said to be where the divine vehicles landed, a phrase that, to ancient astronauts theorists, sounds suspiciously like a description of landing pads or energy platforms. If these ziggurats were the gateways of the gods, then the pyramids of Egypt were their echoes in stone. The Great Pyramid of Giza, constructed with over 2 million limestone blocks, each weighing several tons, stands aligned to true north with a precision unmatched until modern times. Its base perimeter mirrors the curvature of the Earth. Its internal shafts align with specific stars in Orion's belt and Sirius, stars that the Sumerians associate with the home of the Anunnaki. Mainstream Egyptology attributes its creation to King Khufu, yet no hieroglyph inside the pyramid mentions him. There are no blueprints, no records of its construction, only a mystery that deepens the closer one looks. How could ancient builders lift and position multi-ton blocks with such exactitude? Were they guided or assisted by knowledge that came from beyond human capability? Further east in the mountains of Peru stands Sacsayhuaman, a fortress built of stone blocks so perfectly fitted that a single piece of paper cannot slide between them. Some stones weigh more than 300 tons, quarried miles away, transported up steep terrain, and fitted together with interlocking joints that survived earthquakes that leveled later structures. The Inca, who inherited these walls, said simply they were built by the gods. Local legends speak of Viracocha, a bearded teacher who came from the sky, taught architecture, and departed promising to return. The same story repeats in Tiwanaku, near Lake Titicaca, where megaliths, some weighing hundreds of tons, lie scattered like remnants of a cataclysm. Beneath the site, archaeologists discovered temples that predate known civilizations by thousands of years. Could these ruins have been remnants of the Anunnaki's work, or the descendants of those who served them? Even more perplexing is Baalbek in Lebanon. At its heart lies the trilithon, 3 stone blocks each weighing over 800 tons, resting upon a foundation of equally colossal stones. No known ancient or modern machinery could lift them with the precision they display. Later civilizations, including the Romans, built atop this platform, but even they admitted the foundation was already ancient when they arrived. Ancient texts call Baalbek the landing place of the gods. Its colossal scale and elevated platform seem less like human architecture and more like infrastructure, perhaps a launch site, perhaps a temple complex powered by energies long forgotten. Similar mysteries to the globe. The polygonal walls of Cusco, the giant stone spheres of Costa Rica, the perfectly drilled holes in Abydos, the stone of the pregnant woman still lying unfinished in Baalbek's quarry, and the rock-cut caves of India's Ajanta and Ellora, carved with laser-like precision from solid stone. Everywhere, the story repeats: impossible craftsmanship, mathematical perfection, and cosmic alignment. Could these be the fingerprints of one guiding intelligence, spread across continents, one that humanity later remembered as divine? To believers in the Anunnaki narrative, these sites are not isolated miracles, but nodes in a global network, remnant of an ancient energy grid that once connected the Earth's power points. Many megalithic structures sit upon ley lines, invisible geometric alignments that correspond to the Earth's magnetic and gravitational fields. Ziggurats, pyramids, and temples often share orientations toward the solstices and equinoxes, as though designed to harness the planet's natural energy. Some researchers propose that the Anunnaki used these structures as conductors, giant resonant machines that generated or amplified energy for their purposes, perhaps even as portals between dimensions. To ancient minds, such technology would appear as magic or miracle. Even mainstream archaeology concedes that some of these structures exhibit knowledge inexplicable for their time. The precision of the Great Pyramid's internal shafts aligns not only with Orion's belt, but with a procession of equinoxes, a cycle spanning 25,920 years. The builders knew not only of Earth's curvature, but of its axial precession, a concept rediscovered by modern astronomers only in the 2nd century BCE. The stones of Pumapunku in Bolivia bear perfect right angles and drill holes consistent with high-speed rotary tools. Yet the site predates the Inca by millennia. Such feats seem impossible with primitive chisels, suggesting lost techniques, or assistance from an intelligence that understood geometry, resonance, and gravity on a level beyond human comprehension. The legends surrounding these monuments all share a familiar theme. The gods who built them promised to return. The Egyptians awaited the rebirth of Osiris. The Maya recorded cycles of the gods' return in the long count calendar. The Sumerians carved into their tablets that the Anunnaki would descend once more when the stars are right. Each civilization carried within it an inherited memory, a promise encoded in stone. The builders knew that the structures they raised would outlast time, surviving floods, wars, and the decay of empires. They were not temples built to please gods. They were reminders for when the gods came back. Skeptics argue that these monuments are simply the culmination of human ingenuity, the result of coordinated labor and determination. Yet the mathematical coincidences, the global repetition of design, and the technological mysteries remain unresolved. How could so many cultures, separated by oceans and millennia, follow the same architectural principles and astronomical patterns? Why do their myths describe identical gods descending from the sky, imparting the same knowledge, and vanishing into the heavens? Perhaps these structures were never meant to be explained in purely human terms. Perhaps they were meant to remind us of our origin, to echo across time the presence of those who shaped us. The pyramids, ziggurats, and megaliths might be more than tombs or temples. They may be anchors, stabilizing the Earth's energy grid, marking points where heaven once touched the ground. In this interpretation, the megalithic age was not a primitive prelude to civilization. It was its zenith, a time when gods and humans worked side by side. When the Anunnaki departed, humanity tried to continue their legacy, rebuilding what they could remember but never fully understanding the science behind it. Over time, ritual replaced technology, faith replaced function, and myth replaced memory. Yet the stones remain silent and indestructible, bearing witness to what once was. Stand for the Great Pyramid or the walls of Sacsayhuaman, and you can feel it, that hum, that inexplicable sense of precision and purpose. These are not mere ruins. They are messages in architecture, frequencies frozen in stone. They are the monuments of the gods, their legacy written not in words, but in weight, proportion, and alignment. Perhaps the true mystery of these megalithic structures is not how they were built, but why. Were they monuments to power, tools of energy, or gateways between realms? Were they built to summon, to connect, or to remember? Whatever their purpose, one truth endures. Humanity inherited the earth already marked by the hands of beings who understood both heaven and stone. And as we continue to study, to excavate, and to question, we move closer to rediscovering not just the builder's secrets, but our own forgotten origin written across the bones of the earth. In the cradle of Sumer, the night sky was not merely a canvas of stars. It was a map, a divine code written in light. Every planet, every constellation, every alignment held meaning. To the Sumerians, the heavens were not distant or abstract. They were the dwelling place of gods, the realm for which the Anunnaki had descended. Through careful observation and calculation, the ancients learned to track the movements of celestial bodies with astonishing precision. But they did more than study the stars. They built their lives, their cities, and their fates around them. Theirs was a world where astronomy and divinity were one. And through this cosmic language, they sought to maintain communication with their creators. Sumerian astronomer priests were among the earliest scientists in human history, though they would never have used that word. To them, watching the sky was not an academic pursuit. It was communion. Their ziggurats, rising like stairways to the heavens, were observatories as much as temples. From their summits, they mapped the paths of the sun, moon, and planets, noting their cycles and alignments. The cuneiform tablets recovered from their cities reveal astonishing knowledge, records of eclipses, solstices, equinoxes, and planetary conjunctions. They knew of the elliptical motion of celestial bodies and recognized that certain stars return to the same place in predictable intervals. But where did this knowledge come from? How could a people at the dawn of civilization understand astronomical principles that would not be rediscovered until millennia later? Mainstream historians credit generations of observation, Yet the Sumerians themselves said otherwise. They wrote that their gods, the Anunnaki, taught them to read the sky. According to their creation epics, it was Enki and Enlil who revealed to humankind the secrets of the heavens, teaching them the Mi, the divine laws of order that govern both heaven and earth. These Mi were not only spiritual principles, but also technical blueprints, encompassing everything from agriculture and law to geometry and astronomy. The stars, the Sumerians said, were the homes of the gods, and their movement across the night sky reflected the gods' actions and decrees. The very structure of Sumerian mythology reflects an astronomical worldview. The god Anu represented the heavens, Enlil governed the air between heaven and earth, and Enki ruled the waters below, mirroring the three-tiered cosmos of sky, atmosphere, and sea. Their stories were not only metaphors, but celestial allegories. When Enlil cast Enki's offspring down to earth, it mirrored the descent of specific constellations below the horizon. When Inanna ascended to the heavens and then descended into the underworld, it paralleled the cycle of Venus, which disappears in the sky for days before re-emerging as the morning star. Inanna's temple at Uruk was even aligned to the planet's rising points, allowing her priests to track its movements and time festivals to its appearance. The precision of Sumerian astronomical data still astonishes modern scholars. The Mo, Appen tablets, dating back more than 3,000 years, catalog constellations, rising times, and the division of the sky into 12 equal sections, what we now call the zodiac. This 12-fold division, later adopted by the Babylonians, Egyptians, and Greeks, originates here in Sumer's night sky. It was said that the number 12 reflected the council of the gods, 12 Anunnaki who ruled both the heavens and the earth. To them, the stars were not distant suns but living symbols, eternal records of divine order. In ancient Mesopotamia, astronomy was inseparable from kingship. Every ruler sought to prove his divine legitimacy by demonstrating his connection to the stars. Royal inscriptions often describe how kings received signs from the heavens, comets, eclipses, conjunctions that confirmed their right to rule. The priesthood of Nippur, serving under Enlil, maintained an elaborate calendar based on lunar and solar cycles, ensuring that temple rituals aligned perfectly with celestial events. To the Sumerians, harmony between heaven and earth was essential. The movement of the planets reflected the mood of the gods, and a ruler who ignored these signs risked cosmic imbalance. Modern astrophysicists marvel at the accuracy of some Sumerian calculations. They measure the solar year as 365 days, 6 hours, and 11 minutes, only a few minutes off by modern standards. Their sexagesimal base 60 system, still used in our hours and minutes, allowed them to calculate angles and time with extraordinary precision. But what's most extraordinary is their apparent knowledge of celestial bodies invisible to the naked eye. Cuneiform texts describe the solar system as a family of 12 members, the sun, moon, and 10 planets, including one beyond Pluto. They called it Nibiru, the planet of crossing, associated with the god Marduk. The diagrams on certain cylinder seals even depict the sun at the center surrounded by 11 orbiting spheres, suggesting a heliocentric understanding thousands of years before Copernicus. How could they have known? Did the Anunnaki show them the layout of their own home system? This divine astronomy was not limited to theory. It shaped architecture, agriculture, and religion. Cities were aligned to solstitial sunrise and sunset. Temples faced the exact point where sacred stars rose each year. Crops were sown according to celestial cycles, ensuring harmony between Earth's fertility and the rhythm of the heavens. Even their gods' dwellings reflected cosmic patterns. The Eanna Temple of Inanna, for example, was not simply a shrine. Its layout mirrored the pattern of Venus's orbit. The Sumerians had turned astronomy into sacred geometry, a physical manifestation of divine order on Earth. Across the ancient world, other civilizations adopted and adapted the celestial code. The Egyptians aligned the Great Pyramid to true north and the star Annunnaki in Orion's belt. The Mayans built observatories to track Venus, just as Inanna's priests had done. The Chinese recorded comets and eclipses with precision, matching the Babylonian scribes who inherited Sumer's knowledge. This global spread of astronomical awareness is not coincidence. It is a legacy of a system first taught, according to Sumer's own testimony, by gods from the stars. To skeptics, these connections are imaginative reconstructions, coincidences woven into conspiracy. But even mainstream scholars admit that Mesopotamian astronomy appears to have begun fully formed. There are no gradual steps leading up to it, no primitive records evolving into complex charts. The earliest tablets already show advanced understanding, as though humanity received the knowledge whole, not piecemeal. This is the same pattern seen in writing, metallurgy, and law. The sudden appearance of mastery, where no learning curve exists. It's as if the Anunnaki had given civilization a celestial instruction manual and then departed, leaving their human apprentices to preserve and reinterpret it. The deeper symbolism of Sumerian astronomy speaks to something even greater, the belief that the cosmos and human destiny were intertwined. Each person's fate was written among the stars, and each life reflected the dance of the planets above. Astrology, born from Sumerian stargazing, was not superstition, but an echo of divine logic, the idea that our creators encoded their will in the heavens themselves. To read the stars was to read the mind of the gods. And perhaps this is the truest legacy of the Annunnaki's celestial knowledge. They taught humanity not just to look up, but to understand that the sky was a mirror of ourselves. Every orbit, every cycle, every alignment reflected the structure of our own lives, birth, death, rebirth, the eternal rhythm creation. Thousands of years later, when we send telescopes into space and satellites around distant planets, we are still following their path. We are mapping the heavens with the same reverence, driven by the same hunger for knowledge that once guided the priests of Uruk and Nippur. It may be that, in our quest to understand the cosmos, we are not discovering new frontiers at all, but rediscovering an ancient inheritance, the science of the gods who came before us, written in the language of the stars. In every ancient temple aligned to the solstice, in every myth of gods descending from Orion or Sirius, in every star map carved on stone, the same message resounds. As above, so below. The heavens were their home, earth was their experiment, and humanity was their bridge, a creation meant to look upward and remember. In the ancient tablets of Mesopotamia and the sacred texts that followed, one phrase recurs with haunting familiarity. The sons of the gods descended to the daughters of men. It appears in Sumerian inscriptions, in the Hebrew book of Genesis, in the book of Enoch, and in legends from Greece to Mesoamerica. These sons of the gods were known by many names: the Anunnaki in Sumer, the Watchers in biblical tradition, the Nephilim in the Old Testament, and the Titans in Greek lore. Different tongues, different myths, but one shared story. Beings from the heavens came down to earth, mingled with humans, and gave rise to a race of giants and demigods who once ruled the earth. This is not myth in isolation. It is a global memory of forbidden union, divine rebellion, and the hybrid legacy that followed. In the Sumerian tradition, the Anunnaki were the divine assembly, those who came from the heavens to earth. They were said to have descended from a celestial realm, Nibiru, to oversee mining, construction, and the shaping of humanity. The early human race, the Lulu Amalu, was created to serve them. But as humans multiplied and began to exhibit traits of intelligence and independence, gifts attributed to Enki's compassion, the balance between creator and creation began to blur. Some of the Anunnaki found the daughters of humans beautiful and took them as partners, a union strictly forbidden by their laws. The results were powerful hybrids, offspring who carried the strength and wisdom of their divine parents and the vitality of their human mothers. The Sumerians called these beings the Mighty Ones. Later texts would name them Nephilim. The Bible echoes this story with uncanny similarity. Genesis 6 verse 4 declares, "There were giants in the earth in those days, and also after that, when the sons of God came in unto the daughters of men, and they bore children to them. The same became mighty men of old, men of renown." These are not moral allegories or metaphors. They are historical memories filtered through later religious lens. The Book of Enoch, a text excluded from the biblical canon, but revered in ancient times, expands upon this narrative. It names the Watchers, a group of 200 divine beings led by Semjaza and Azazel, who descend upon Mount Hermon. They taught humanity forbidden knowledge, metallurgy, weapon-making, cosmetics, astrology, and magic. But their greatest transgression was interbreeding with humans, producing hybrid offspring who consumed all the acquisitions of man. The flood that followed, Enoch tells us, was sent to wipe out this corrupted bloodline. the same flood the Sumerians described as the gods' attempt to erase their failed creations. Across the world, parallel myths tell the same story in different forms. The Greeks spoke of the Titans who mingled with mortals, producing heroes and monsters. The Hindus recorded the Devas and Asuras who took human wives, birthing demigods and giants known as Danavas. The ancient Norse sagas describe a Jotun, a race of godlike giants who walked the earth before the coming of men. Even the Hopi and Zuni in North America speak of the ant people, tall, luminous beings who guided humanity through cycles of destruction. Could all these legends stem from one forgotten era when the Anunnaki, or their descendants, interacted directly with humankind? The term Nephilim itself comes from the Hebrew root napal, meaning to fall. They were the fallen ones, but the word does not necessarily mean evil. It may refer instead to those who descended, the literal meaning of Anunnaki. Over time, religious reinterpretation turned them into demons, their fall into sin. But in the original Sumerian and early Hebrew context, they were powerful, godlike beings, teachers, rulers, and sometimes destroyers. Their great size, intelligence, and longevity set them apart, and their hybrid nature blurred the boundary between mortal and divine. Archaeological discoveries add intrigue to the legend. Giant skeletal remains have been reported in ancient burial sites across the Middle East, Anatolia, and North America, often dismissed by scholars but persistently recorded in early excavation notes and local folklore. Ancient depictions on Mesopotamian cylinder seals and reliefs show towering figures standing beside much smaller humans, their proportions consistent across centuries of art. Were these artistic exaggerations or records of beings who actually towered over early mankind? The legacy of the Watchers in the Nephilim may also explain the sudden leaps in human knowledge during the early Bronze Age. According to the Book of Enoch, the Watchers taught men the cutting of roots and herbs, the art of writing, and the secrets of the stars. They introduced the forging of metals, the making of weapons, and the crafting of ornaments. These are the same gifts the Sumerians credited to the Anunnaki, knowledge of science, mathematics, and metallurgy. Both traditions claim that this knowledge, though powerful, came with a price: corruption, war, and imbalance. The gods' attempt to uplift humanity led to chaos, forcing them to intervene once again through cataclysm. The forbidden unions between gods and humans also carry symbolic depth. They represent the merging of two natures, divine and mortal, spiritual and material. To some, this was a violation of cosmic law. To others, it was a next step in evolution. The hybrids, though feared, became the heroes of ancient epics: Gilgamesh, Hercules, Perseus, and even the demigods of Mesoamerica like Hunahpu and Balank. These figures were remembered as both saviors and tyrants, bridging the gap between the heavens and earth. They were echoes of the Anunnaki experiment, the proof that divine essence could dwell in flesh. Mainstream scholars treat these tales as mythological archetypes, metaphors for the human desire to transcend mortality. But the consistency of detail across continents suggests something more profound. How could civilizations separated by oceans and millennia invent identical stories of celestial beings descending, interbreeding, and producing a race of giants? The simplest explanation may be that they were recording the same event, witnessed by different peoples, remembered in different tongues. Some alternative researchers propose that the Nephilim were not merely physical hybrids, but a genetic experiment, an attempt by the Anunnaki to merge their advanced biology with human adaptability. These hybrids may have been designed to rule, to lead, or to serve as intermediaries between gods and men. The line of kings that followed, the divine monarchs of Sumer, Egypt, and beyond, claim descent from these beings. The Sumerian king list, for instance, records reigns lasting thousands of years before the flood, followed by shorter, mortal reigns after it. The implication is clear: divine blood diluted over time. The fallen became human, their lifespan diminished, their power forgotten, but their memory endured. Even the concept of angels in later Abrahamic faiths may originate from these same beings. The Watchers were angels in rebellion, but the term angelos in Greek simply means messenger. In Sumerian tradition, the Anunnaki were exactly that, emissaries between Nibiru and Earth. Their fall was not necessarily moral, but physical, the descent from heaven to earth. Over centuries, Theology turned this descent into a metaphor for sin, but the original story describes a literal event, celestial beings stepping into human history. If the Watchers in the film truly existed, then their blood may still flow within humanity today. Ancient royal families, priestly orders, and secret societies have long claimed divine ancestry, tracing their lineages to star-born ancestors. Even in modern times, the idea of blue blood persists, a curious echo of the ancient belief that certain individuals carry the essence of the gods, whether symbolic or literal. This notion hints that humanity's genetic legacy may still bear the imprint of those who once descended from the heavens. Perhaps that is the true meaning behind the myth of the Watchers in the film, the reminder that we are not purely of this world. Part of us still reaches upward, yearning for the stars, while another part remembers the forbidden past, the mingling of heaven and earth that birthed our species. The union that was once punished as transgression may have been the very catalyst for human evolution, consciousness, and destiny. The gods descended. They taught, they mingled, they fell, and through them we rose. Their legacy lives not only in the tablets of Sumer or the verses of Genesis, but in the blood and memory of every human being. We are the children of both clay and starlight, the living testament to a forbidden experiment that forever changed the course of existence. And perhaps, when we look to the heavens searching for answers, we are not seeking the unknown. We are searching for home. In the heart of Mesopotamia, where the Tigris and Euphrates once nurtured the cradle of civilization, lies a land now scarred by millennia of conquest and war. But beneath the deserts of modern Iraq, under layers of dust and history, ancient secrets remain buried. Secrets that have drawn the attention not only of archaeologists, but governments, militaries, and intelligence agencies. Since the early 20th century, rumors have circulated that within the ruins of Sumer and Babylon lie artifacts of extraordinary power, artifacts not human origin, but relics of the Anunnaki themselves. These are the forbidden discoveries of Iraq, the evidence that could rewrite everything we know about history, religion, and the origins of humankind. The story begins with the archaeological expeditions of the late 1800s and early 1900s. Western explorers like Austin Henry Layard and Sir Leonard Woolley unearthed thousands of Sumerian tablets, statues, and relics from sites like Uruk, and Nineveh. Their findings introduced the world to the earliest known civilization, but also hinted at something deeper. The inscription spoke of flying chariots, celestial beings, and technologies far beyond the Bronze Age. Some tablets reference heavenly weapons and gates of the gods, descriptions that seem to echo modern concept of aircraft and energy portals. At the time, scholars dismissed these as poetic exaggerations, but later generations, especially during the technological revolution of the 20th century, began to see the parallels too clearly to ignore. When British and American archaeologists excavated the royal tombs of Ur in the 1920s, they found artifacts of such craftsmanship that even experts struggled to explain their creation. Golden helmets made with micro-level detail, lapis lazuli inlays cut with surgical precision, and strange objects resembling electrical components were all uncovered. Among them was the enigmatic Baghdad battery, a clay jar with copper and iron components that, when filled with acidic liquid, produces an electrical charge. Mainstream historians call it an accidental curiosity. Yet to others, it's evidence of ancient technology, a leftover fragment of Anunnaki science repurposed by early humans who barely understood it. The deeper and more controversial theories, however, center around the events of the early 21st century. When the United States invaded Iraq in 2003, it was ostensibly to remove a dictator and seize control of weapons of mass destruction. But to a growing number of researchers, there was another motive hidden beneath the official narrative: the retrieval or containment of ancient technology buried in the cradle of civilization. Within months of the invasion, reports surfaced of the Iraqi National Museum being looted. Thousands of priceless artifacts vanished, many never recovered. Some were later found in private collections or black markets, but hundreds remain missing, including cuneiform tablets and items from Sumerian royal tombs. Witnesses claim that before the museum's public ransacking, U.S. forces had already secured its most sensitive artifacts, removing them under armed guard. What could be so important about relics from 5,000 years ago that they warranted military protection? Some insiders and whistleblowers suggest that the U.S. and other powers were searching for something far older and far more powerful than ancient jewelry or pottery. They claim that deep beneath the sands near UR, archaeologists had uncovered a sealed chamber inscribed with the sigil of Enki, the god of creation. Inside, they allegedly found metallic tablets, crystalline rods, and a sarcophagus of unknown composition, objects that modern tools could not date or analyze. A few unverified testimonies even speak of a stasis chamber containing the preserved body of an unusually tall being with elongated features, wrapped in gold filaments. These accounts remain speculative, but they align with long-standing Mesopotamian traditions describing the Anunnaki as physically distinct and possessing advanced technology capable of manipulating energy, gravity, and even life itself. The most sensational claim of all comes from the area around Baghdad and ancient Babylon, where Saddam Hussein himself became obsessed with Sumerian history. In the 1980s and 1990s, he poured millions into archaeological projects, declaring himself the reincarnation of Nebuchadnezzar II, the Babylonian king who rebuilt the city of Babylon and claimed to have spoken with the gods. Hussein's regime was said to have explored sites like the Annunnaki's ziggurat, the legendary Tower of Babel in UR, where they sought to uncover the weapons of the gods. Some accounts suggest they found a gate of Enki, a structure composed of rare metals and magnetic stone, arranged in a circular pattern. Researchers and local workers reportedly described strange energy fields, sudden magnetic interference, and unusual heat signatures emanating from underground. It was shortly after these discoveries, the theorists point out, that Western intelligence began to take a sudden and intense interest in Iraq's archaeological sites. Satellite imagery in restricted military zones soon surrounded key ruins. Could it be coincidence? Or was there something beneath those sands that world powers did not want in the wrong hands? In 2009, leaked diplomatic cables hinted that coalition forces had secured a site near ancient UR described as of extraordinary historical and scientific interest. Officially, it was said to be a precaution to prevent looting. Unofficially, sources claim that inside a subterranean vault, archaeologists had uncovered metallic objects that emitted electromagnetic radiation unlike anything known to modern science. Others whisper about a Sumerian stargate, a portal-like structure connected to mythic references of gods entering and exiting our world. To skeptics, this sounds like science fiction. To believers, it's the logical conclusion of the Anunnaki narrative. The Sumerians had written about the gates through which the gods descend, perhaps literal gateways, not metaphors. Another mysterious thread involves the ancient site of Nineveh, once the capital of Assyria. In the ruins of Ashurbanipal's library, archaeologists discovered thousands of clay tablets, some of which remain untranslated. Among them were references to tablets of destiny, devices said to contain the codes of the universe, giving their holders the power to command reality itself. If such technology existed, it would have been guarded jealously by the gods and hidden carefully when they departed. Some researchers believe fragments of this knowledge were encoded in Sumerian texts and preserved in secret societies, while the actual devices remain buried, awaiting rediscovery. Even modern science occasionally stumbles upon hints that fuel these legends. In 2015, researchers analyzing satellite images discovered massive geometric anomalies beneath the sands near Babylon. Rectangular formations consistent with artificial structures, some stretching for miles. The anomalies lie too deep to excavate with current technology, but they suggest a complex network of ruins far older than known Sumerian settlements. Could these be remnants of the Anunnaki's infrastructure, mines, temples, or even underground facilities once used for their experiments on humanity? Mainstream archaeologists dismiss such claims, citing the absence of verifiable evidence. But their silence on missing artifacts, sealed archives, and classified findings only deepen suspicion. Why were some excavation reports from post-invasion Iraq redacted or withheld? Why were certain regions declared off-limits to independent researchers, even years after the conflict? These questions continue to swirl in online forums, academic circles, and even within government whistleblower testimony. For those who believe in the Anunnaki legacy, Iraq is not just a birthplace of civilization. It is a vault of the gods, the physical repository of the first human history. They argue that the powers of today are not protecting these artifacts for archaeology, but for control. If ancient technology capable of manipulating energy, matter, or even time were rediscovered, it could alter the balance of global power overnight. Imagine a machine capable of communication across dimensions or of generating infinite energy, a tool once used by gods, now in human hands. Whether or not such artifacts truly exist, one fact is undeniable. The land of Iraq remains steeped in mysteries that modern history has only begun to uncover. Every temple, every fragment of cuneiform, every buried chamber whispers of time when gods ruled earth, not from myth, but from memory. And perhaps that is why so much of its past is hidden under secrecy and silence. For the forbidden discoveries of Iraq were ever fully revealed, they might not only prove the existence of the Anunnaki, they might prove that their power has never entirely left our world. Maybe the real question is not what lies buried beneath Iraq, but who still guards it. The oldest tablets of Sumer speak of a time when kingship descended from the heavens. They list the first rulers, Alulim, Alaulgar, and Menluana, Demusa the shepherd, each reigning for thousands of years before the Great Flood. To modern historians, this is impossible. No human could live that long. No king could rule for millennia. Yet the Sumerian king list records it as fact, not myth. The pattern is unmistakable. Before the flood, reigns lasted tens of thousands of years. After it, lifespan suddenly shortened to hundreds, then decades. Something changed, something monumental. It is here, in the study of these impossible reigns and ancient genealogies, that the line between human and God begins to blur. Who were these early kings who lived for centuries? Were they divine rulers in symbolic myth, or literal remnants of the Anunnaki bloodline, ruling over early mankind? The Sumerian king list is not a single document, but a series of clay tablets found across Mesopotamia, each containing remarkably consistent records of rulers, cities, and dynasties. The earliest version, dated to around 2100 BC, begins with a chilling declaration. When kingship was lowered from heaven, kingship was in Eridu. Eridu, the city of Enki, was the first city built on earth. According to Sumerian lore, the place where divine authority was first established. The first king, Alulim, is said to have ruled for 28,800 years. His successor, Alaulgar, ruled for 36,000. Together, the first 10 pre-flood kings ruled for a combined 456,000 years. The exact length, interestingly, of one Sar cycle of Nibiru's orbit as described by Zacharias Sitchin, 3,600 years times 126. Could this be coincidence? Or were these reigns calculated according to celestial time rather than Earth years? Mainstream archaeologists interpret these numbers as symbolic, representations of mythological grandeur rather than literal durations. But the consistency of the records across multiple sources suggests the scribes were not simply exaggerating. If the Anunnaki were indeed extraterrestrial beings with lifespans far beyond those of humans, these reigns might be literal within their biological scale. Their years may have been longer than ours, measured by their planet's orbit or by cycles of cosmic time. When read through that lens, the impossibility of their longevity transforms into something eerily plausible. After the flood, the king list changes dramatically. The reigns drop from tens of thousands of years to mere hundreds. Civilization restarts in Kish, not Eridu, signaling a transfer of divine kingship from the gods to their human hybrids. The first post-flood ruler, Jushur-Kish, ruled 1,200 years. By the time of Gilgamesh, kings ruled only decades. The divine essence was fading. Humanity was taking control, but not entirely on its own. The early kings still claimed descent from the gods. They were not us yet, but something between. The concept of the divine right of kings, later adopted by Egypt, Babylon, and even medieval Europe, originates here. Every monarch who ever claimed to rule by the will of God echoes the same Sumerian idea, that their authority was literally inherited from the heavens. The idea of divine kingship was not limited to Sumer. Egypt's earliest pharaohs were called the Shemsahor, the followers of Horus, descendants of celestial beings who ruled before recorded history. The first dynastic kings, such as Narmer and Jur, were depicted as part human, part god, often with elongated skulls and larger-than-life proportions. Their reigns, too, were impossibly long according to the Turin Papyrus, an ancient Egyptian document listing gods, demigods, and spirits of dead who reigned in Egypt for 13,420 years. In both Egypt and Sumer, the pattern holds. Divine rulers precede mortal ones. Humanity's first governments were not self-made. They were extensions of an alien hierarchy designed to maintain the order established by the Anunnaki. Archaeological and textual evidence reinforces a notion that kingship was a sacred office tied directly to the god's bloodline. Sumerian inscriptions describe the coronation of kings as a ritual of genetic and spiritual inheritance. The ruler was anointed by the waters of Enki and measured by the rod of Nana, symbols of divine selection. The king's duty was to maintain me, cosmic order, and to serve as intermediary between gods and mortals. Some texts even describe a transfer of divine power through an object known as the Tablets of Destinies, a kind of celestial record or device that conferred kingship and authority upon its holder. When the god Ninurta seized these tablets, the balance of heaven and earth shifted, suggesting kingship was not metaphorical but technological, perhaps a literal system of control or knowledge. Gilgamesh, the most famous of Sumer's kings, epitomizes this hybrid lineage. Described as 2/3 divine and 1/3 human, he was said to be the son of the goddess Nin's son and a mortal father. His epic is not just a tale of heroism, but a record of divine human legacy, the struggle of a hybrid being seeking immortality, yearning to reclaim the longevity of his ancestors. His journey mirrors humanity's own, the quest to rediscover the godlike potential buried within. When Gilgamesh travels to meet Utnapishtim, the immortal survivor of the flood, it symbolizes the fading link between the divine rulers of old and the mortal kings of the new world. The notion of hybrid rulers extends beyond Mesopotamia. In the Indus Valley, the early Vedic kings claimed descent from the Devas, celestial beings who bestowed both wisdom and weapons upon their human heirs. In Mesoamerica, the rulers of the Maya and Aztec empires traced their lineage to gods who descended from the sky in fiery serpents. The Inca kings were said to be sons of the sun, and the Chinese emperors, the sons of heaven. Each title reflects the same concept, rulership as divine inheritance. Across continents and millennia, humanity's oldest institutions of power all rest on one unbroken idea, that authority originated from the stars. But the king list carries a darker implication as well. It suggests that the transfer of kingship from the Anunnaki to humanity was not merely administrative. It was an act of control. The gods, withdrawing from direct rule, may have installed their hybrids to maintain their order in their absence. Kings and priests became proxies for the divine, enforcing heavenly law on earth. In this way, the Anunnaki ensured that even after they departed, their system of governance, hierarchical, theocratic, absolute, would persist. The modern world, with its dynasties, empires, and elites claiming exceptional bloodlines, may still be echoing that ancient structure. Even in modern times, whispers of divine bloodlines persist. Secret societies, royal genealogies, and occult traditions speak of those who carry the star seed, claiming descent from the gods of old. Some researchers trace these lines back to the Sumerian kings through Babylon, Egypt, and into European royalty. The medieval concept of blue blood may itself originate from this. Blue, the color of divinity in the heavens, signify a genetic link to the celestial beings. Whether symbolic or literal, the belief has endured. Some among us carry the essence of the gods. Mainstream scholars see the king list as a mythic reflection of political propaganda. But the numbers, names, and consistency across versions tell a different story. Why preserve specific reign lengths if they were purely symbolic? Why maintain the distinction between pre-flood and post-flood rulers if it had no basis in reality? The king list reads not as fiction, but as record, one that humanity has refused to accept because it challenges everything we know about our past. If the Anunnaki truly once ruled Earth, the king list is their ledger, their official record of dominion. Its transition from divine rulers to human kings marks not evolution, but inheritance. We did not invent kingship, we inherited it. We did not invent civilization, we were given it. And perhaps, as the Sumerians themselves believe, kingship will one day descend from heaven again when the gods return to reclaim their throne. Until then, the ancient tablets remain silent, their numbers carved into eternity. Each name, each reign, each impossible lifespan whispers a secret humanity is not yet ready to confront, that our first rulers were not human, and their blood still runs in the veins of those who lead us today. The throne of heaven, it seems, never truly left the earth. It only changed hands. After the god withdrew from open rule and kingship passed to humanity, a curious pattern began to shape the ancient world. Vast temples rose across Mesopotamia, not simple places of worship, but administrative and technological centers, repositories of both spiritual and scientific knowledge. These temples were not merely built for prayer. They functioned as cosmic control stations, hubs that connected humanity to the heavens. Their design, their orientation, and even their internal architecture all suggest a sophistication that far exceeded their supposed era. In Sumer, these were the Eker, mountain houses, the earthly homes of the Anunnaki. To the untrained eye, they were temples. To those who looked deeper, they were laboratories, observatories, and perhaps even energy centers that once linked Earth with the god's own realm. Each great Sumerian city had its temple complex dedicated to a specific deity, and each temple was described as the bond between heaven and earth. Eridu housed Enki's Iabzu, the house of the deep waters, where the god of wisdom conducted his acts of creation. Nippur held Enlil's Eker, house of the mountain, from which divine decrees were issued. Uar was home to the Gishnugal, the shining temple of Nana, the moon god. These were not primitive shrines. They were intricate systems combining astronomy, ritual, and technology. In the Iabzu, Enki's priests kept vast libraries of clay tablets filled with instructions for irrigation, medicine, and metallurgy. Archaeologists have recovered fragments that describe precise measurements and recipes, knowledge that seems almost scientific. The Sumerians themselves insisted it was not their own discovery, but a gift from the deep, delivered by the gods. The ziggurats that crowned these temple complexes were the most striking symbols of the Anunnaki legacy. They were colossal platforms, ascending in layers toward the sky. Each level represented a step between earth and heaven, culminating in a sacred chamber where divine communication was said to occur. Inscriptions call these chambers the place of descent or the place of ascension. Some ancient texts even describe beams of light and voices from the sky emanating from them during ceremonies. Were these poetic descriptions of divine revelation or eyewitness accounts of advanced technology operating long ago? The architectural precision of these structures defies their time. The ziggurat of Uar, for instance, aligns perfectly with the cardinal points, a feature that would have required an advanced understanding of Earth's geometry and celestial navigation. The temple's angles and proportions correspond to mathematical ratios that would not reappear in recorded human architecture until millennia later. Moreover, many ziggurats and temples were built atop older foundations, suggesting that each generation merely reconstructed an ancient blueprint. The Sumerians claimed that the plans for these structures, the tablets of measurements, were given directly by the gods. Inside the temples, rituals were carried out with the precision of scientific protocols. Priests wore garments described as radiant, used tools made of gold and crystal, and worked with substances called milam, divine radiance or brilliance. The temples often contained sealed chambers filled with strange metallic vessels, and altars said to generate sound or vibration. These may have been symbolic, or they may have been remnants of Anunnaki technology reinterpreted through ritual. The connection between sound, vibration, and energy in temple construction appears across cultures. The massive stones of later civilizations, like Egypt's Karnak or Baalbek, also resonate at specific frequencies. Perhaps this was no accident. The temples may have been designed to harness the planet's natural frequencies, creating a field of resonance that connected them to the god's realm. Even the distribution of these temple complexes suggests deliberate cosmic mapping. Many are located along what modern researchers call ley lines, geometric alignments that correspond with the Earth's magnetic grid. The Eker of Nippur, for instance, lies on a direct line that extends through Eridu, Babylon, and eventually the lines of the pyramids of Giza. How could builders 5,000 years ago have mapped these global patterns unless they had access to aerial or astronomical data? The answer, perhaps, lies with the Anunnaki, whose knowledge of orbital mechanics and planetary geometry was already encoded in the stars. Beyond their architectural mystery, the temples also function as centers of divine administration, the first bureaucracies of the world. Each temple managed agriculture, trade, and taxation, all under the authority of its patron god. The priests who ran these temples were not mere religious figures. They were scribes, engineers, and astronomers. They recorded crop yields, star movements, and omens with mathematical accuracy. The Sumerians believed that these activities mirrored the gods' governance of the cosmos. The temple was a microcosm, Earth's reflection of heavenly order. In this sense, the ziggurats were more than monuments. They were instruments maintaining synchronization between human society and celestial rhythm. The Eker in the Nippur was said to contain the bond of heaven and earth, a mysterious device or energy conduit through which divine decrees were transmitted. Ancient hymns describe it as shining, humming, and filled with breath of life. To believers in the Anunnaki legacy, this could represent a literal technology, a power generator or communication array capable of interacting with otherworldly realms. Some scholars point out that the Akkadian word for heavenly communication shares roots with terms describing electric or luminous energy. Could the gods' voices, heard by priests, have been technologically mediated signals mistaken for spiritual experience? The later Babylonians inherited and expanded these systems. The ziggurat of Babylon, Annunaki, the temple of the foundation of heaven and earth, was said to reach into the sky. Its name and design inspired the later biblical story of the Tower of Babel, where humanity attempted to ascend to the heavens and was struck down by divine wrath. But in its original form, Annunaki was a reconstruction of an older Sumerian plan. It may not have been an act of defiance at all, but an attempt to rebuild the ancient connection to the gods after their departure. The confusion of languages described in the Bible may reflect a breakdown of that communication technology, humanity losing the frequency of the divine. Archaeological evidence reinforces the idea that these temples were centers of extraordinary knowledge. Excavations at Ur and Eridu have revealed advanced drainage systems, copper piping, and even remnants of electroplated objects. The level of precision and metallurgical skill suggests that these cities possess capabilities far ahead of their supposed age. The tablets found within their ruins describe measures of the heavens and weights of the earth, phrases that sound more like scientific data than liturgical poetry. It is no coincidence that modern technology has found eerie parallels to ancient design. Some researchers have noted that the layered structure of ziggurats resembles early prototypes of step-frequency transmission towers. The concept of resonance, used in acoustic engineering today, mirrors the descriptions of temples vibrating during ceremonies. Even the word ziggurat comes from zakaru, meaning to rise up or to be built high, a perfect metaphor for both spiritual ascension and technological transmission. If these temple complexes were once part of a planetary communication grid, their decline marks a pivotal moment in human history, the loss of direct connection to the Anunnaki. After the Great Flood, when the gods retreated, humans continued to build temples in imitation of what they had once seen. But over centuries, without true understanding of their purpose, the sacred science decayed into ritual, and the technology of the gods became a mythology of priests. What had once been a living link between worlds became symbolic worship, echoes of an era when the divine and the human coexisted in tangible proximity. The ruins that remain, Nippur, Ur, Babylon, still hum with mystery. Their geometry, their alignments, and their mathematical precision whisper of forgotten engineering. Perhaps they were never intended as tombs or places of sacrifice, but as nodes in a global network, a lattice connecting Earth to the cosmos, operating through sound, frequency, and energy. The priests who maintained these systems may have thought they were serving gods in heaven, but in truth, they were maintaining the machinery of a lost civilization. Today, satellites orbit the same heavens those temples once aligned to, and radio telescopes search for signals from the stars. In doing so, humanity may be unconsciously repeating its oldest practice, attempting to reestablish contact with its makers. The temples of Sumer were our first transmitters, the earliest echoes of a technology that once bridged the gap between man and the divine. And though the ziggurats now crumble into sand, their blueprint endures in our cities, our circuits, and our ceaseless quest to reach the heavens once more. After the gods withdrew and their great temples fell silent, humanity was left with fragments pieces of vast lost science that the ancients once called the sacred knowledge of the gods. This knowledge, passed down through priests, scribes, and initiates, became the foundation of every mystery school, every secret brotherhood, and every occult order that followed. To the Sumerians, the sacred wisdom was known as the Me, divine laws, formulas, and blueprints that govern both heaven and earth. To later civilizations, it became alchemy, astrology, geometry, and the hidden arts. Across continents and millennia, these teachings were guarded, distorted, and preserved under different names, but their purpose remained the same: to reconnect humankind with its divine origin, to awaken the sleeping God within the human form. The tablets of Eridu, among the oldest texts on earth, describe how the god Enki stored the Me within his temple deep in the Abzu. The Me were not abstract commandments. They were tangible forces or encoded programs. Each one represented a domain of creation: kingship, truth, mathematics, music, speech, architecture, and more. When Inanna, goddess of love and war, visited Enki, she convinced him to share the Me with her city, Uruk. The story reads like myth, but in the language of modern science, it resembles the transmission of knowledge, data, or even genetic code. The gods, it seems, didn't teach humans everything at once. They seeded knowledge strategically, guiding human progress in measured steps. Over time, this sacred science spread across the world, carried by migrations and memory. The Babylonians inherited it through astronomy. The Egyptians preserved it through geometry and temple magic. The Greeks encoded it in philosophy and the mystery cults of Pythagoras and Plato. In every age, initiates spoke of the wisdom from the stars, and of gods who taught the art of number, sound, and proportion. In Egypt, the priesthood of Thoth, called Hermes by the Greeks, kept scrolls describing the measure of the heavens. The Hermetic maxim, as above, so below, was not poetic, it was literal. It meant that the structure of the cosmos mirrored the structure of life itself, and by understanding one, humanity could command the other. This principle was the heart of the Annunnaki's legacy, the universe as a living code waiting to be deciphered. As millennia passed, open instruction gave way to secrecy. After the flood and the withdrawal of the gods, direct knowledge became dangerous, perhaps even forbidden. Those who still practiced the divine arts risked persecution or divine wrath. The sacred schools went underground. In Mesopotamia, only the highest priests were allowed to study the tablets of destiny. In Egypt, initiates were tested through decades of study in the temples of Luxor and Abydos. In Greece, the Pythagorean swirls of silence about the true origins of their geometric and harmonic principles. By the time of the Middle Ages, this ancient knowledge had fractured into occult traditions, the Kabbalah, Hermeticism, and alchemy, all preserving fragments of the original science of the gods. But what exactly was this forbidden science? Many clues lie in the texts themselves. The Sumerians described me as containing formulas of existence, which should be interpreted as genetic or energetic codes. The Egyptians spoke of vibrations of creation, frequencies that could animate stone and heal the body. The Greeks believed the world was built on harmonic ratios, the music of the spheres. Modern science echoes these same ideas, that the universe is structured by frequency, resonance, and mathematical order. Could be that the ancients were not mystics inventing metaphors, but custodians of a unified field theory taught by the Anunnaki, and understanding that energy, matter, and consciousness are interconnected. The evidence grows stronger when one examines how the sacred arts were applied. The Sumerians used geometry, not only for building temples, but for calculating planetary orbits. The Egyptians used sound and resonance in their monuments, producing frequencies that can alter consciousness even today. In India, the Vedic priests used mantras, precise sound vibrations, to manipulate physical and spiritual states. In the Mayan world, entire cities were aligned to solar and lunar cycles with mathematical precision. Everywhere, sacred science expressed itself through frequency and form, suggesting a single origin point, an advanced knowledge system disseminated globally by the same celestial teachers. The guardians of this wisdom were not ordinary men. In every culture, they are described as beings of light or those who know. The Akkadians called them Apkallu, half-divine sages who emerged from the waters to teach civilization. The Greeks knew them as Titans, and later as the Atlanteans. In the Hebrew tradition, They became the Watchers, the fallen angels who taught forbidden knowledge to humankind. Even when condemned, their teaching survived, hidden in symbols and rituals. Geometry, once divine, became sacred architecture. Astronomy became astrology. Energy manipulation became ritual magic. Each discipline was a shadow of a greater science, a fragment of the Annunnaki's original technology. By the time of Babylon, this knowledge had become the exclusive property of priestly elites. They recorded celestial data on clay tablets and used it to predict eclipses and the motions of planets. But their understanding went beyond observation. They believed these patterns influenced destiny itself. The stars were not distant fires. They were part of an intelligent network linking heaven and earth. The priests of Marduk, who some equate with the Anunnaki's leader, used the celestial data to regulate kingship, economy, and war. Knowledge was no longer shared freely. It had become a tool of control. The same knowledge that once liberated humanity was now used to bind it. Later, in Alexandria, this forbidden science resurfaced under a new name, alchemy. To the uninitiated, alchemy was about transforming lead into gold. But to the initiates, gold was a metaphor for spiritual perfection, the restoration of the divine spark within. The alchemists spoke of prima materia, the original substance of the cosmos, echoing Sumerian references to the clay of creation. They sought not to create wealth, but to reawaken the divine potential within matter, a reflection of the Annunnaki's own act of creating humans from earthly clay and celestial essence. Their laboratories were modern echoes of Enki's temple, where matter and spirit merged through precise knowledge. In the East, similar echoes endured. Taoist masters spoke of Qi, the life force that flows through all things, while Indian yogis practiced Kundalini, the coiled serpent energy that ascends the spine, a motif identical to the double helix of DNA. Even in the Americas, shamans spoke of sky serpents and feathered snakes that carried wisdom to mankind. Serpents, across cultures, symbolized energy, wisdom, and DNA. The serpent that tempted humanity in Eden was not a symbol of evil. It was Enki's emblem, representing the awakening of knowledge. The forbidden fruit was simply consciousness itself. Modern science is beginning to circle back to these same truths. Quantum physics reveals that matter is energy, and energy responds to observation, echoing ancient teachings that consciousness shapes reality. Cymatics demonstrates that sound creates structure, recalling the myths of the gods speaking worlds into being. DNA research shows patterns that correspond to mathematical ratios and harmonic frequencies, the same laws the ancients attributed to the language of creation. The sacred knowledge of the gods may not be mythic. It may be the earliest human encounter with the physics of consciousness. And yet, this knowledge remains fragmented, guarded by mystery schools and suppressed by orthodoxy. The few who glimpse its full scope are dismissed as mystics or heretics. But perhaps the reason it is forbidden is not because it is false, but because it is powerful. The Anunnaki may have restricted access to it for the same reason humanity later did. Knowledge is control. To understand the forces that create life is to become like the gods themselves. From the Emi of Sumer to the Emerald Tablets of Thoth, from the Hermetic text to quantum theory, the same message echoes. All is one, and the key lies within. The ancients did not separate science from spirit. They understood them as two sides of the same truth. The sacred knowledge of the gods was never lost. It was buried, waiting for the day humanity will be wise enough to use it again. Perhaps that time is near. As our species deciphers the genome, manipulates energy at the quantum level, and reaches once more toward the stars, we are reawakening to what our ancestors once knew, that creation is not divine accident, but deliberate design, and that we, the children of the Anunnaki, carry the same creative power within ourselves. The sacred knowledge of the gods is not hidden in temples or tablets. It is written in us. It is our inheritance, our origin, and our destiny. The ancient myths of the gods were never meant to be mere stories. They were warnings, encoded messages left behind for those who would inherit the earth. When the Anunnaki departed, they did not leave in peace. They left after cataclysm, division, and a betrayal that split heaven itself. Hidden within the cuneiform tablets, the Egyptian papyri, and the myths of every ancient empire lies a recurring theme: The Wars of the Gods, a conflict so vast and devastating that its echoes shaped the very trajectory of human civilization. These were not metaphorical battles of good and evil, but cosmic and terrestrial wars among powerful beings whose rivalries were carried out on Earth. And humanity, created as their servant, soldier, and experiment, became both their weapon and their legacy. The earliest records of divine warfare appear in Sumerian texts, where Enlil and Enki, the two half-brothers who governed Earth, led opposing factions of the Anunnaki. Their rivalry began as a philosophical divide. Enlil demanded order, hierarchy, and obedience. Enki championed knowledge, creation, and freedom. But as humanity grew and civilizations expanded, their feud turned into open conflict. The Enuma Elish, the Babylonian creation epic, is not just a story of cosmic order. It is a thinly veiled history of a war among gods. Marduk, son of Enki, rises against the old order led by Enlil and Anu, the celestial patriarch. His victory over Tiamat, the dragon of chaos, represents the overthrow of the previous generation of gods. The text describes Marduk wielding a weapon that roared like the storm, whose brilliance burned like the sun, capable of splitting mountains and boiling seas. Ancient imagination, or the description of technology far beyond human comprehension. Sumerian sources describe the same devastation in simpler terms. The earth trembled, the mountains melted, and the winds carried death. The gods unleashed weapons they called brilliant stones and flame arrows of heaven. These are not the weapons of bronze and iron. They sound like descriptions of nuclear or plasma-based technology. Archaeologists have uncovered sites in the Middle East with melted stone and fused sand, signs of extreme, localized heat. In the ruins of Sumer and near the Indus Valley, radioactive isotopes have been detected in concentrations that defy explanation by natural means. Could these be remnants of ancient weapons unleashed during the Wars of the Gods? The Epic of Atrahasis provides another glimpse into this turmoil. It recounts how the Anunnaki, exhausted by their labor, created humankind to serve them. But soon, humans multiplied uncontrollably. The noise of man disturbed Enlil, who demanded their destruction. Enki, refusing to see his creation erased, defied him. Their conflict escalated, dividing the gods into opposing factions. Floods, plagues, and famine followed, each divine strike mirrored by human suffering. When the deluge came, Enki's secret warning to Atrahasis preserved a remnant of humanity. Afterward, peace was brokered, but the relationship between the gods was forever fractured. The Great Flood was not just a divine judgment. It was the final battle of an ancient war. In later Babylonian and Assyrian texts, the wars among gods became human wars. The gods no longer fought directly. They fought through their chosen kings and empires. Marduk's followers established Babylon. Enlil's worshippers ruled through Nippur and later Assyria. Every empire's rise and fall mirrored the shifting alliances of divine factions. The lamentation for Uar describes the city's destruction as a storm of heaven, sent not by human armies but by divine decree. The gods themselves abandoned their temples as lightning consumed the ziggurats. It reads less like mythology and more like the account of a civilization annihilated by superior technology, perhaps a final purge before the gods would withdraw from Earth. Yet the memory of these conflicts transcended Mesopotamia. In Egyptian mythology, a similar struggle unfolds between Horus and Set, two divine brothers battling for dominion over Earth after their father Osiris is slain. Set, like Enlil, represents tyranny and control. Horus, like Enki's line, symbolizes restoration and balance. Their war ravages both heaven and earth, culminating in Set's exile and Horus's ascension, a mythic echo of the Annunnaki's power struggle. The same story appears in India as the battle between the Devas and Asuras, fought with celestial weapons that blaze like 1,000 suns. The Mahabharata describes the use of brahmastras, divine missiles that scorch the earth, leaving nothing alive for miles. The text even warns that the fallout poison survivors and turn their hair white. Modern scientists have noted eerie similarities between these descriptions and the effects of nuclear radiation. The pattern repeats in the Americas. The Maya and Aztec myths tell of sky gods who waged wars using lightning and fire, reshaping the land and the stars. The Popover recounts how the gods destroyed earlier creations of mankind with floods and fire, restarting civilization each time. The Inca legend of Viracocha speaks of the gods' anger, their departure, and the promised return. These recurring accounts, across continents, suggest that the wars of the gods were not confined to one region but spanned the globe. The aftermath of their battles shaped geography, climate, and even human genetics. Some researchers believe that the wars were not just internal conflicts among the Anunnaki, but part of a larger interstellar dispute. The Sumerian texts mention not only the Anunnaki, but also the Igigi, a secondary group of gods or workers stationed in orbit around Earth. The Igigi rebelled against Enlil's harsh rule, joining Enki's faction in solidarity with humankind. This rebellion mirrors the later biblical story of a war in heaven, where Lucifer and his angels fall from grace. If these stories describe the same event, then humanity's history is entangled in a cosmic civil war, a war that began on another world and was transplanted to Earth. The consequences of that conflict reverberate even now. Many ancient texts imply that the Anunnaki never fully departed. They merely retreated, leaving behind watchers, hybrids, and human proxies to manage their legacy. The descendants of their divine line continue to rule through dynasties, priesthoods, and secret orders. Wars among nations, some believe, are reflections of the original celestial schism, the ongoing struggle between Enlil's authoritarian order and Enki's vision of liberated creation. If this is true, then the gods were never truly ended. It evolved. The greatest monuments of the ancient world may have been built in the wake of this devastation. The ziggurats, pyramids, and megalithic temples might have served as attempts to restore balance between heaven and earth, a peace treaty inscribed in stone. The Sumerians themselves prayed for the return of the gods to heal the scars of war. But perhaps the gods, recognizing the cost of their conflict, decided that humanity must learn to govern itself. The divine kings withdrew, leaving mankind to rebuild from ashes. Civilization, reborn after catastrophe, carried the memory of divine war as myth, art, and prophecy. In modern times, remnants of this war may still linger in ways we cannot yet understand. Some claim that certain archaeological sites emit anomalous radiation or magnetic signatures, remnants of ancient weapons. Others believe that the DNA of humanity itself bears the genetic scars of manipulation during this period. Mutations that accelerated evolution but also introduced instability. The fall of man, as described in Genesis, may not have been a moral fall at all, but a genetic one, a downgrade imposed after the destruction, ensuring that humanity could no longer rival creators. Every culture's apocalypse myth traces back to the same memory, the day the gods fought and the world burned. Whether described as the fall of Atlantis, the flood of Noah, or the battle of Kurukshetra, all speak of the same event, the end of the divine age and the dawn of human dominion. But even as the gods vanished, they left behind a prophecy, a promise that one day, when the stars realign and the cycle renews, the watchers will return. Perhaps that is the true reason humanity still looks to the heavens with awe and fear. Somewhere deep within our collective consciousness, we remember the wars of the gods, the sound of their thunder, the light of their weapons, the trembling of the earth beneath their power. We remember not as witnesses, but as descendants of those who survived. The wars of the Anunnaki were not the end of creation. They were the crucible through which humanity was forged. And as our own age advances toward the stars, rediscovering technologies once thought impossible, perhaps we are repeating the cycle once more. The gods' wars taught us creation, destruction, and rebirth. The only question that remains is whether, when we finally regain their power, we will make the same mistake, or fulfill the destiny they began. For in the quiet of the cosmos, beyond the silence of millennia, the gods may still be watching, waiting to see whether their children have learned the lessons of war among the stars. When the fires of the gods' wars finally faded and the last echoes of divine thunder rolled away, humanity stood in the ashes of a world remade. The cities of the Anunnaki were gone, their luminous temples reduced to ruins, their voices silent. Yet from the wreckage of that cosmic conflict arose something new. The priest-kings, men and women who claimed to speak for the gods, wielding both divine authority and human ambition. In the absence of their creators, these rulers became the mediators of heaven and earth. Thus began the age of hidden rule, the gradual transformation of divine power into earthly hierarchy, a system that still shapes the world today. The earliest civilizations after the flood, Sumer, Akkad, Egypt, and later Babylon, all emerged from the same blueprint. Each was built around a temple complex, governed by priests who interpreted the will of the gods, and ruled by kings who claimed celestial descent. These were not coincidences. They were continuations of the Anunnaki structure of control. When the gods left, their administrative system remained. The temples became their headquarters, the priesthood their proxies, and kingship their legacy. The phrase, "the king is the image of the god," was not symbolic. It was literal. The priests of Enlil and Enki ensured that the divine hierarchy endured through ritual, law, and secrecy. In Sumer, this system was known as the Mi of kingship. The Mi, divine decrees that governed civilization, were held by the temple elites and passed from one city to another as power shifted. When Eridu fell, kingship descended to Kish. When Kish declined, it rose to Uar. Every transfer of power was described as a heavenly act, but in truth, it was a political operation executed by the priesthood. The temples controlled knowledge, trade, and communication. The priests read the stars, managed irrigation, recorded taxes, and legitimized rulers through divine ceremonies. In every sense, they were the first bureaucrats and the first gatekeepers of forbidden knowledge. The concept of priestly rule spread beyond Sumer like a sacred contagion. In Egypt, the pharaoh was a living embodiment of Horus and the son of Ra. His word was law because it was believed to be divine command. Behind him, a vast priesthood of astronomers, architects, and magicians maintained the spiritual machinery of the state. They alone knew how to align temples to the stars, how to calculate the Nile's flooding, and how to preserve the bodies of kings for eternity. In India, the Brahmins inherited the same function, custodians of cosmic law, masters of sacred sound. In Mesoamerica, the Maya and Aztec priest kings performed rituals of blood and fire to feed the gods and maintain the cosmic balance. Everywhere, the pattern was identical. Divine power filtered through human intermediaries, guarded by secrecy and ceremony. But beneath this divine theater lay a hidden truth. The priesthoods were not merely spiritual orders. They were repositories of the Anunnaki science. The rituals they performed were echoes of ancient technologies. The chants and symbols encoded mathematical frequencies. The temple architecture mirrored stellar configurations. Each act of worship was a fragment of lost instruction, reenacted generation after generation by people who no longer understood its full meaning. Over time, this sacred knowledge became fragmented into esoteric traditions, the Hermetic, the Kabbalistic, the Vedic. The initiates of these orders still believed they served the gods, but what they were truly preserving was memory, the operational code of an ancient system of power. The priesthood's most potent weapon was knowledge itself. They controlled literacy in societies where writing was divine. The ability to read the tablets or scrolls meant access to the laws of the universe, and thus to the authority of the gods. The Sumerian scribes recorded astronomical data. The Egyptians mapped the heavens with obsessive precision, and the Babylonians developed mathematics based on celestial cycles. These were not independent discoveries. They were remnants of the Anunnaki's teachings, guarded as sacred secrets. To the masses, the gods became distant, unknowable. To the priesthood, they were algorithms of power. As centuries passed, the priest-king's control extended beyond religion into politics, economics, and warfare. They devised the first laws, codes of behavior modeled on divine decrees. Hammurabi, king of Babylon, claimed his laws were given to him by the sun god Shamash, a direct descendant of the Anunnaki pantheon. His stele shows the god handing the ruler a rod and ring, symbols of measurement and judgment, perhaps literal instrument of power from the god's technology. The king became both ruler and priest, wielding authority in heaven's name while enforcing order on earth. The divine right of kings was born, the belief that all earthly rule derives from celestial mandate. Behind every crown, a temple. Behind every temple, a secret. This was the hidden structure of power that endured long after the last Anunnaki departed. And while the gods may have vanished from sight, their chosen families continued their mission. Across generations, Bloodlines claiming descent from the gods, royal, noble, and priestly, maintain control through intermarriage, inheritance, and ritual initiation. The kings of UR claimed ancestry from Nana, the moon god. The pharaohs traced their blood to Ra. Even in medieval Europe, monarchs insisted their lineage was divine. The blue blood of nobility was not metaphor, it was mythic memory. Yet as the centuries advanced, cracks began to appear. The priesthood's monopoly on knowledge slowly eroded. Writing spread, trade expanded, and new philosophies emerged. But the core structured divine hierarchy survived by adapting. When empires fell, the symbols remained. The crown became the halo, the temple became the church, and the priesthood became the clergy. The gods' names changed, but their authority did not. Enlil became El, then Yahweh. Inanna became Ishtar, then Astarte, then Venus. The ancient order divine rule disguised itself in new religions, each proclaiming the same message. Salvation and order flow from above. In this way, the legacy of the Anunnaki evolved into spiritual and political control systems that still govern humanity. The pattern of worship and obedience, hierarchy and secrecy, is not accidental. It is inherited. Even modern institutions echo the same design. The symbolism of the all-seeing eye, the pyramid, the winged disc, all trace back to Sumer and Egypt. The architecture of power, whether in temples or in governments, continues to mirror the ancient divine order. The concept of centralized authority, justified by divine or moral superiority, is the political DNA of the gods. Some researchers believe this hidden rule has never fully ended. They point to secret societies, elite bloodlines, and global orders that trace their origins to ancient priesthoods. Whether in the Illuminati, Freemasonry, or the Vatican, fragments of the old rituals persist. The oaths of secrecy, the sacred geometry, the solar alignments, the invocation of light and shadow. These may be echoes, but echoes can still carry power. To this day, leaders invoke divine legitimacy. Nations still swear by God, and rulers still seek to embody moral or spiritual authority. The system created by the Anunnaki continues to operate, disguised as culture and tradition, yet this enduring control was not wholly malicious. The priest-kings preserved civilization through chaos, kept knowledge alive through dark ages, and ensured the survival of humanity's most profound truths. But in doing so, they also bound humanity to the memory of servitude, to the belief that we must always look upward for permission, guidance, or salvation. The gods may have created us to serve, but through their withdrawal, they gave us the opportunity to rise. The irony is that the structures they left behind continue to remind us of our old bondage. The remnants of the priest-king system still shape the human psyche. We build pyramids of power in every era, governments, corporations, religions, all reflecting celestial hierarchy once ruled by the Anunnaki. We seek leaders who promise order, institutions that promise salvation, and laws that claim divine or moral authority. We repeat the ancient formula, unaware that we are reenacting a pattern older than civilization itself. Perhaps this was always part of the gods' design, to see whether their creation could one day govern itself without tyranny or divine command. The priest-kings were the bridge between the gods' direct rule and human self-rule. Now, as modern humanity stands on the threshold of cosmic discovery once more, the question remains, will we break the cycle, or will we rebuild the same invisible temple under new names? The priest-kings of old are gone, but their architecture of power still stands, an invisible pyramid stretching from the dust of Sumer to the glass towers of our modern world. Its foundation is obedience, its cornerstone is belief, and its summit still reaches to the heavens, waiting for the gods who once sat upon it to return. The priest-kings and temple orders that ruled the post-flood world had inherited more than divine authority. They had inherited a map of power, a sacred geometry that extended across the heavens and the earth. While the gods had departed, their blueprints remained, etched into the soil, stone, and sky. Over time, these became the ancient star maps and sacred grids, guiding the construction of temples, pyramids, and megalithic sites across the globe. These alignments were not coincidental. They were deliberate, designed to synchronize Earth's energies with the cosmos. The ancients called them the paths of the gods. Modern researchers call them ley lines, geomagnetic nodes, and stellar alignments. But perhaps there is something even more, the remnants of an ancient planetary network, a cosmic communication system built by the Anunnaki to link Earth to the stars. From the sands of Egypt to the jungles of Central America, from the plains of Mesopotamia to the high plateaus of Peru, sacred sites share a pattern that defies both geography and chance. Each is oriented with mathematical precision to celestial coordinates, often aligned with solstices, equinoxes, or particular constellations. Many of these alignments point to the same stars, Orion, Sirius, and the Pleiades, constellations that ancient peoples consistently associate with the dwelling places of their gods. How could civilizations separated by oceans and millennia all build in alignment with the same points in the night sky? The simplest explanation may also be the most extraordinary. They were following universal design given to them by a single source. The Sumerians, the first to record such alignments, described the heavens as a vast grid, a divine order reflecting the structure of creation. They called the stars the writing of Anu, the celestial chart of the supreme God. Their cities, temples, and ziggurats were constructed according to this star map. The Annunaki of Babylon, the so-called Tower of Babel, was aligned to the path of the sun and the belt of Orion. The ziggurat of Ur faced the exact rise of the moon during the equinox, reflecting its dedication to Nana, the lunar god. The temple of Enki in Eridu was aligned to the star Canopus, long revered as the navigator star. Each alignment served not merely a ritual function, but an energetic one, harmonizing the earthly structure with celestial power. The Egyptians inherited and refined this stellar geometry. The Giza pyramid complex mirrors the constellation of Orion's belt, with the Nile River corresponding to the Milky Way. The shafts within the Great Pyramid align precisely to Orion's belt and Sirius, the homes of Osiris and Isis, who, like Enki and Ninhursag, were the divine couple responsible for life and rebirth. Egypt's oldest texts speak of the stairway to the sky and doors of heaven, phrases identical to the Sumerian descriptions of gates through which the gods descend. The implication is striking. Both civilizations were constructing terrestrial replicas of celestial maps, possibly to maintain communication with the gods' origin worlds. Far across the sea, in Central America, the Maya and Aztec civilizations built pyramids and temples that mirrored these same cosmic alignments. The Temple of Kukulkan in Chichen Itza produces a serpent of light and shadow during the equinox, symbolizing the descent of the feathered serpent god. Quetzalcoatl, a counterpart to Enki, the layout of Teotihuacan, the city of the gods, replicates the Orion constellation with astonishing accuracy. Its 3 pyramids correspond to Orion's belt, and its Avenue of the Dead aligns with the setting of the Pleiades. The ancient builders even described their city as a place where the gods once gathered to plan the creation of man. These were not independent inspirations. They were fragments of the same forgotten science. The Nazca lines of Peru offer another enigma. Etched into the desert floor are enormous geometric figures, visible only from the air. Some align to the solstices, while others point toward distant constellations. The straight lines run for miles, converging on mountain plateaus that show signs of artificial leveling and vitrification, as if subjected to intense heat. Perhaps landing sites, as some researchers suggest, or markers for aerial navigation. The Nazca themselves claimed these lines were messages to the gods. If the Anunnaki truly traversed between Earth and the stars, these markings could have functioned as guidance systems, forming part of a global grid of celestial navigation. In Britain and Northern Europe, the same pattern emerges. Stonehenge, built thousands of years after Sumer's rise, aligns with the midsummer sunrise and the lunar standstill. Its blue stones produce resonance when struck, suggesting an acoustic function. Around the world, similar circular monuments, Newgrange in Ireland, Callanish in Scotland, and Göbekli Tepe in Turkey, show identical mathematical patterns based on celestial observation. Göbekli Tepe, the oldest known temple complex on Earth, predates Sumer by 6,000 years, yet its pillars are adorned with symbols of Orion and Sirius. This site alone challenges every notion of human prehistory. Its builders were not primitive hunters, but astronomers and engineers working from a divine blueprint. Could it be that Göbekli Tepe was a prototype of the Anunnaki's Earth grid, the first node in the system designed to link heaven and Earth? Across continents, these alignments form a geodetic lattice, connecting the world's most mysterious monuments. The Great Pyramid Stonehenge, Machu Picchu, Easter Island, and Angkor would all fall on or near great circles, mathematical lines wrapping around the globe at consistent angles. Researchers such as Ivan Sanderson and Bruce Cathy have shown that these sites correspond to zones of unusual magnetic and gravitational activity. Ancient legends called them power places or dragon lines, where energy flowed between worlds. Could these have been the energy conduits through which the Anunnaki maintained their influence? Natural electromagnetic currents amplified by precisely positioned architecture? The myths themselves confirm this possibility. The Sumerians spoke of sky boats that navigated along invisible rivers of light. The Egyptians depicted gods traveling in solar barges guided by the stars. The Mayans described roads in the sky and mirrors of the heavens. Even the Chinese legends of the Long Ma, the flying dragon horse, speak of beings traveling along celestial paths between worlds. Modern astronomy might interpret these as references to ley lines of plasma and electromagnetic currents, cosmic highways connecting star systems. The Earth's monuments, then, may have been ground stations, the terrestrial anchors of an interplanetary communication network. The precision of these structures suggests more than symbolic intent. Many megalithic sites resonate at specific frequencies, usually between 110 and 120 hertz, frequencies known to affect human brain waves. When ancient priests chanted or performed rituals at these sites, the resonance could have altered consciousness, creating a state of contact or communication. Perhaps these temples functioned as transceivers, not just spiritual gateways, but literal communication hubs linking human consciousness to the gods' realm. The ancients may have used vibration and sound as technology, their chants acting as activation codes for these sacred machines. Even the mathematics behind these structures points to a shared origin. The ratio of the Great Pyramid's height to its base equals a mathematical constant pi, while the dimensions of Teotihuacan encode the same base. 60 system first used in Sumer. The angular measurements of Stonehenge correspond to lunar and solar cycles identical to those recorded in Mesopotamia. Such consistency across civilizations cannot be coincidence. It is evidence of a single planetary design system, one that understood the geometry of Earth and its relationship to the stars with sophistication modern science only recently rediscovers. If these alignments truly form a planetary grid, then it may not merely be symbolic or architectural. It may still be active. Modern satellite imaging reveals that many ancient sites emit unusual electromagnetic fields. Some are located at the intersections of tectonic and magnetic lines, suggesting that the ancients harnessed Earth's natural energies. The Anunnaki may have used this grid as both a communication network and an energy system, perhaps to power their vehicles, stabilize Earth's atmosphere, or sustain their presence on this planet. Over time, as humanity lost the knowledge of how to operate it, the system fell dormant, leaving only its monumental skeletons behind. Mainstream archaeology calls these patterns coincidence, yet the probability of such global precision arising by chance is astronomical. Every alignment, every shared ratio, every replicated constellation suggests an intentional design. The ancients did not simply worship the stars. They were part of a cosmic system that integrated heaven, earth, and consciousness into one functioning network. Perhaps this is why, even today, sacred sites continue to draw pilgrims and seekers. Standing before the Great Pyramid or Stonehenge, one feels a strange pull, a hum, a vibration, a recognition. These monuments are not just relics. They are memory nodes. They remember the frequency of creation, the vibration of the gods who once walked among us. The star maps carved into stone are not just records of where the gods came from. They are invitations. They mark the coordinates of humanity's origin and destiny, waiting for the moment when we rediscover how to read them. The network still surrounds us, silent but intact, humming beneath our feet and glowing above our heads. When we align ourselves once more with it, when our consciousness resonates with the frequency of the stars, we may open the gates the ancients once walked through. The ancients called this alignment the return of the gods. Science might call it resonance, quantum connection, or dimensional synchronization. But whatever the name, the meaning is the same. The earth and the heavens are not separate realms. They are one system, one living circuit. And somewhere within that circuit, the legacy of the Anunnaki still flows, written in stone, encoded in stars, waiting for humanity to remember the map of its divine origin. After the fall of divine kingship and the fading of the visible gods, humanity entered what might be called the Age of Forgetting, a long twilight where the truths of our origin were buried under layers of myth, religion, and fear. The Anunnaki had departed, but their fingerprints remained in every culture, in temples and symbols, and most hauntingly, in the genetic code of humanity itself. The next great revelation came not from the sky or from prophecy, but from science. In laboratories across the world, biologists began to unravel the structure of life, and in doing so, stumbled upon the very secret that the Sumerians had written in clay over 5,000 years ago. Humanity was not merely the product of random evolution. According to ancient texts and a growing chorus of genetic evidence, we may have been designed, not born. The Sumerian creation tablets, particularly the Enuma Elish and the Atrahasis epic, tell a story that eerily parallels the discoveries of modern genetics. According to these texts, the gods, led by Enki and the goddess Ninhursag, created humankind as a servant species to relieve the Anunnaki of labor. But their early experiments failed. The first beings were speechless, without understanding, and unable to stand upright. The gods destroyed these prototypes and began again. Then Enki proposed a radical solution: to mix the essence of the gods with the flesh of the primitive beings already on Earth. Ninhursag performed the operation, described in stunning detail. She used clay from the Abzu, the womb of the earth, mixed with divine blood, and implanted it into a birth goddess. The result was Adamu, the first human, half earthly, half divine. For centuries, scholars dismissed this as myth, but as genetic science advanced, the parallels became impossible to ignore. Modern humans, Homo sapiens sapiens, appeared suddenly, roughly 200,000 years ago, without a clear evolutionary bridge from their predecessors. The so-called missing link remains missing. Our species possesses unique traits that defy Darwinian explanation: a sudden doubling of brain size, advanced language centers, upright posture, and complex emotional intelligence. It was as if at a certain point in time, something intervened, as though our genetic blueprint had been edited. The Sumerians said this happened through the blood of the gods. Modern DNA studies show that humans carry genetic markers unlike any other primate, particularly in regions associated with cognition, speech, and creativity. Some researchers, such as geneticist Francis Crick, co-discoverer of the DNA double helix, openly speculated that life on Earth could have been seeded through directed panspermia, a deliberate act of genetic engineering by an advanced species. Crick's hypothesis mirrors, almost verbatim, what the Sumerians claimed millennia earlier, that the gods came from another world, manipulated native species, and merged our own genetic material with them to create a new hybrid capable of thought, labor, and worship. If the Anunnaki truly engineered us, then the human genome is their greatest monument. Our DNA may contain not only the blueprint of our biology, but also the signature of our creators, a code within the code. Russian scientists such as Vladimir Poponin discovered that DNA responds to external vibrations and electromagnetic fields, behaving like an antenna that can store and transmit information. Could this biological resonance be what the ancients called divine spark, the ability to connect with higher realms through consciousness? The idea that our DNA can be influenced by frequency, thought, or emotion suggests that it was designed as a multidimensional interface, not a random chemical accident. Ancient depictions support this interpretation. The Sumerian god Enki is often shown holding two intertwined serpents, a symbol that later became caduceus, the universal emblem of medicine. These twin serpents perfectly mirror the double helix of DNA. The Annunnaki's emblem, therefore, was not a symbol of snakes, but a creation through genetic fusion. The same symbol reappears in Egypt with Thoth and in Greece with Hermes, both gods of wisdom, healing, and alchemy. Across cultures, the serpent represented knowledge, life force, and transformation, the very processes of genetic engineering and evolution. Further evidence emerges in ancient descriptions of the tablets of destiny, which granted the god control over creation. These tablets were said to encode the measures of heaven and earth, governing the laws of nature and life. Could these have been repositories of genetic data, advanced devices storing the molecular and energetic templates for species creation? The myths describe them as luminous, indestructible, and able to command reality itself. In modern terms, they sound strikingly like biodigital storage devices, quantum computers, or living archives of genetic code. The manipulation of DNA also explains one of the Bible's most enigmatic stories, the creation of Eve from Adam's rib. The Hebrew word tzila, translated as rib, more accurately means side or component. Enki's temple title, Antiapsu, means Lord of Life of the Abzu. The process of taking a component from Adam to create Eve resembles the extraction of a cell nucleus or strand of DNA for cloning. What ancient scribes described in mythic language may have been a memory of advanced genetic engineering, performed by beings whose technology appeared divine to their human subjects. Modern genome sequencing has revealed peculiar anomalies consistent with this idea. Certain human genes, such as HAR1F, Human Accelerated Region 1, appear to have undergone sudden and unexplained changes precisely in the areas controlling brain development. These changes are not gradual mutations. They are leaps, genetic edits that seem purposeful. Some scientists refer to them as insertion sequences of unknown origin. Could these be remnants of the Annunnaki's intervention, the fingerprints of our creators hidden in our DNA? The Annunnaki's own texts even describe the ethical dilemmas of their creation. When humans began to reproduce uncontrollably, Enlil sought to destroy them, while Enki defended his experiment. The gods debated humanity's place in the cosmos. Were we slaves or children? Their disagreement mirrors our own modern struggles with artificial intelligence and genetic engineering. We, too, are creators now, facing the same moral crossroads as our makers. Perhaps that is no coincidence. Perhaps our inherited drive to create life in our image is a reflection of theirs within us. The legacy of this genetic manipulation also explains the ancient obsession with bloodlines. Royal dynasties, priesthoods, and secret orders have long claimed divine ancestry, insisting that their blood carried power or purity. The pharaohs of Egypt called themselves sons of Ra. The kings of Sumer were descendants of the gods. Even biblical genealogies trace lineage from Adam through Noah to the patriarchs. This fixation on blood is not symbolic. It is biological. If the Anunnaki infuse their DNA into humanity, then certain families may indeed carry higher concentrations of that genetic inheritance. The so-called divine right to rule was, in essence, a claim of genetic authority. Even today, hints of this heritage persist. Some individuals display extraordinary physical or cognitive abilities, unexplained salvanism, heightened perception, unusual resistance to disease. Could these anomalies be remnants of Anunnaki genetics expressing themselves in modern humanity? The myths of demigods, Hercules, Gilgamesh, Krishna, may represent early hybrid generations, beings who retain greater portions of divine DNA. The stories of their immense strength and wisdom are not exaggerations, but recollections of a time when hybrids walked among us. Our modern fascination with genetic modification, cloning, and hybridization may be a subconscious echo of our Creator's work. As we decode our genome, we are retracing their steps. The ancient promise that man was made in the image of the gods may not have been metaphorical. It may have been scientific truth. Humanity was designed as a reflection of its makers, a biological interface capable of both earthly labor and divine consciousness. But the greatest mystery remains. Why did they create us? The Sumerian texts offer a clue. The gods needed a being capable of surviving Earth's environment, intelligent enough to work, but limited enough to remain obedient. Yet Enki's creation exceeded expectations. The human prototype became self-aware, creative, rebellious, an echo of Enki himself. When humanity ate the fruit of knowledge, it was not a sin but an awakening, a side effect of divine DNA igniting consciousness. We inherited not just the Anunnaki's physical traits, but their curiosity, their will to evolve. Modern science may soon confirm what the ancients knew all along, that life on Earth is part of a greater continuum, a genetic lineage stretching across the stars. Every cell in our body carries not only the memory of Earth, but the imprint of the heavens. The double helix of our DNA is both biological and symbolic. It is a ladder between worlds, the connection between mortal and divine. The Sumerians said humanity was molded by the gods to serve them, but perhaps the opposite is true. Perhaps the gods created us to continue their work, to evolve, to explore, to become creators ourselves? If so, then the secret of the Anunnaki is not buried in ancient ruins or lost texts. It is written within us, in every heartbeat and every strand of DNA. A living code waiting for us to unlock it. And when we finally do, when science and spirit converge once more, humanity may remember its true heritage. The story of Eden, of creation, of the fall, and of the gods' departure will no longer be myth, but memory. The Anunnaki may have left Earth, but they never truly left us. They are in our blood, in our genes, in our consciousness, whispering across time, calling us to awaken to what we have always been. The children of the stars, the living legacy of the gods who made us. After the revelations of humanity's engineered origins, a new question arose. What did the gods do next? The answer, hidden in fragments of Sumerian and Babylonian texts, suggests that the Anunnaki did not simply abandon Earth. They remained involved from afar, guiding, watching, and occasionally intervening. Theirs was a relationship not of pure withdrawal, but of observation and influence, maintained through secret emissaries, encoded knowledge, and bloodlines that carried their genetic and ideological legacy. The divine experiment had entered its next phase, the age of hidden guidance. According to the Enuma Elish and later Akkadian chronicles, the gods withdrew to their heavenly ships after establishing order on Earth. Yet they promised to return when the stars align. The Sumerians believed that although the gods had retreated physically, their presence continued through invisible watchers, beings known as the Igigi, stationed in the sky between heaven and earth. These watchers were intermediaries, a celestial network monitoring humanity's progress. In later Hebrew tradition, they became the Malakim, angels, messengers of divine will. The same concept appears in Egyptian religion as the Neteru, in Hinduism as the Devas, and in Greek mythology as the daimons, semi-divine intelligences guiding human fate. Across the world, cultures remembered the same truth. The gods had left, but their agents remained. The Sumerians described these watchers as maintaining the tablets of destinies, devices that recorded and adjusted the fate of kings and nations. The texts imply an ongoing management system, not a total abdication. Humanity was left free, but not unsupervised. Every major leap, agriculture, writing, metallurgy, astronomy, occurred under mysterious circumstances, often revealed by divine inspiration. Was this progress spontaneous, or was it the result of subtle interventions by those who still held the knowledge of the gods? As millennia passed, the Watchers' role shifted from overt control to covert influence. The priesthoods of Mesopotamia, Egypt, and later Babylon became their human counterparts, acting as mediators between heaven and earth. Rituals were not just ceremonies, but protocols for communication, encoded technologies designed to open channels with higher beings. The oracles of Delphi, the prophets of Israel, the shamans of Mesoamerica, all served the same function, receiving instructions from unseen intelligences. Even modern accounts of mystics, mediums, and contactees echo this ancient tradition. The gods no longer walked among us, but their voices never stopped speaking. In Babylon, this connection was institutionalized. The Chaldean priests, descendants of Sumer's astronomer priests, maintained detailed records of planetary movements. They believed the gods communicated through celestial mechanics that will express in the alignments of stars and planets. Astrology, far from being superstition, was originally a science of divine communication, a mathematical language through which humanity could decode the gods' instructions. The macrocosm of the heavens reflected the microcosm of human destiny. Every eclipse, conjunction, and solstice was a message from the divine overseers. Yet as humanity matured, not all gods agreed on how much control to maintain. Enki's faction, ever sympathetic to human freedom, sought to empower mankind with knowledge. Enlil's faction favored restraint, believing humans were too volatile to wield divine power responsibly. Their conflict played out through history in the form of ideological oppositions. Enlightenment versus dogma, science versus faith, liberty versus control. Some secret societies that emerged in later ages, such as the Hermetic Orders, the Brotherhood of the Snake, and the mystery schools of Egypt and Greece, claimed descent from Enki's line, seeking to preserve the light of wisdom. Meanwhile, Priestly and royal orders aligned with Enlil's ideology maintained hierarchies of obedience and divine law. Thus, the ancient schism of the gods continued to shape human civilization, long after the gods themselves vanished from sight. In many traditions, the hidden guidance of the gods is described not through direct command but through symbols. Sacred geometry, number sequences, and mythic archetypes became the language of divine influence. The gods no longer appeared in flesh. They appeared in form, in the spiral of galaxies, the ratio of the golden mean, the movement of the planets. Artists, prophets, and inventors across history have spoken of divine inspiration, as though some external intelligence whispered ideas into their minds. From the architects of Giza to the scientists of the Renaissance, many of humanity's greatest leaps bear the mark of non-human influence, moments when knowledge seemed to emerge fully formed, without precedent or evolution. Some researchers believe that the Anunnaki established long-term monitoring systems to observe the progress of their creation. These may have included artificial satellites or orbital stations described in ancient texts as the Watchers in Heaven. Sumerian and Akkadian inscriptions mention bright stars that move at will and chariots that rest among the clouds, descriptions eerily similar to modern accounts of unidentified aerial phenomena. Even today, reports of strange lights, metallic craft, and luminous beings echo the ancient descriptions of divine messengers descending to inspect their creation. Perhaps what modern society calls UFOs are simply the continuation of the same phenomenon, the watchers of old maintaining their silent vigil. The gods' influence also persists through genetic and psychic channels. Certain bloodlines, as described earlier, may carry stronger connections to their creators, biological receivers, tuned to higher frequencies of consciousness. This might explain why prophetic or mystical abilities often run in families, or why certain individuals claim telepathic communication with higher intelligences. Ancient mystery schools taught initiates to awaken these latent abilities through ritual, fasting, and vibration, to open the pineal gate, what modern science calls a pineal gland, often depicted in ancient art as the Eye of Horus. The activation of this inner eye was said to restore communication with the gods, allowing the initiate to hear the voice of the heavens. As civilizations advanced, the Watchers' methods evolved. In later epochs, divine influence expressed itself through ideas rather than direct intervention. The rise of monotheism, the birth of science, the age of enlightenment, all may have been orchestrated steps in humanity's guided evolution. Each era brought humanity closer to independence, while maintaining subtle oversight. Even modern technological revolutions, electricity, flight, atomic energy, follow a suspiciously patterned progression, as if inspired in waves. Could the Anunnaki still be steering our development toward a goal known only to them? Some traditions suggest that Earth itself serves as a cosmic laboratory, a living system designed to cultivate consciousness. The Anunnaki, as its architects, monitor humanity's growth as one might observe a maturing species. The Emerald Tablets of Thoth describe this directly. They watch from above, guiding the cycles, waiting until man awakens to the light. The same sentiment appears in the Book of Enoch, where the Watchers lament the corruption of humanity, but vow to return at the appointed time. Even in the Quran, angels are described as recorders of deeds, observers who report to a higher authority. In every faith, the same idea persists. We are being watched, measured, and prepared. What, then, is the end goal of this hidden guidance? Perhaps it is to see whether humanity can transcend its creators, to evolve beyond servitude into genuine divinity. The gods who made us may have left, not out of abandonment, but to test whether we could rise without them. Their watchers, their emissaries, and their signs remain, guiding us through symbols and intuition. They appear in our dreams, in the synchronicities of life, in the inexplicable moments when inspiration feels like revelation. We are no longer their slaves. We are their heirs. The same genetic fire that once bound us to their will now fuels our evolution. Every breakthrough in science, every act of compassion, every quest for truth is part of the gods' great experiment, a test to see whether their creation can become creator. The age of hidden guidance is not over. It continues in the hum of technology, in the search for extraterrestrial intelligence, in the mysteries of quantum consciousness. Humanity is once again reaching toward the stars, unknowingly retracing the path its makers once walked. And somewhere beyond the veil in the endless night, the watchers still observe, waiting to see if the children of Earth will finally awaken and reclaim the birthright of the gods. The legends of the Anunnaki always speak of a time of departure, a moment when the gods vanish from the world, leaving behind only monuments, myths, and a silent sky. But the Sumerians never said the gods died. They said they returned to the heavens. What if that departure was not abandonment, but transformation? Across ancient texts, this withdrawal is portrayed not as defeat, but as transition. The Enuma Elish describes the gods ascending after their work was complete. In Egypt, the divine beings sailed back upon the solar bark. The Mayans wrote of their shining teachers, who promised a return when the stars realigned. The gods did not vanish. They stepped beyond the visible spectrum of human perception. The evidence may lie in the sudden shift of ancient civilization. Temples closed, knowledge fragmented, and humanity entered a dark age of forgetting, yet scattered artifacts. The precision of megaliths, lost astronomical data, impossible metallurgy, suggests that the knowledge of the gods was deliberately hidden, not lost. The departure was a reset, meant to allow humanity to evolve independently until it was ready to remember. Modern humanity is now approaching that threshold again. Our discoveries in quantum mechanics and consciousness hint that the heavens may not be physical space, but higher dimensions of reality. Perhaps the Anunnaki never left the universe. They simply moved to a realm of frequency just beyond human awareness. Their departure was not the end of contact, but the beginning of a test. Could humanity rediscover the path on its own? The gods withdrew to create seekers, and now those seekers are awakening, standing at the edge of the same mystery that began it all. After millennia of silence, one question still echoes across temples and stars. If the Anunnaki created humankind, where did they go? The Sumerians claimed they returned to the heavens, yet no trace of their departure, no wreckage, no trail has ever been found. Perhaps the gods did not leave through space at all. Perhaps they shifted sideways through reality itself, vanishing into dimensions that exist beside our own. The Sumerians called this hidden realm Abzu, the deep waters. It was not an ocean but a frequency, a luminous medium separating human perception from divine existence. Enki, lord of the Abzu, was said to rise and descend to the shining gates. Later civilizations repeated the same theme. The Egyptians do it, the Mayas the Balba, the Hindu Lokas the Greek ether. Each described layers of being vibrating at different densities. The gods, it seemed, had not departed. They had changed vibration. Modern physics, unexpectedly, supports this possibility. Quantum theory shows that matter is energy condensed to a slow vibration, alter its frequency, and form dissolves. String theory proposes multiple dimensions folded within the same space, realities overlapping invisibly. If the Anunnaki mastered frequency, they could have stepped beyond our dimension by phase-shifting their own resonance. To ancient eyes, this would appear as beings turning to light, vanishing into thin air. Evidence of this mastery lingers in the earth itself. Sacred sites such as Baalbek Giza and Göbekli Tepe sit precisely on intersections of geomagnetic energy. Their stones hum at measurable frequencies. Their alignments mirror celestial harmonics. Researchers have found piezoelectric properties in granite blocks, crystals that convert vibration into energy. Was this coincidence or technology? Each monument might have been a dimensional resonator, amplifying planetary frequency, so the gods could cross the veil. Legends describe temples that glowed, priests who vanished into pillars of fire, and sky gods who emerged from shafts of light. In modern times, witnesses of UFO phenomena report craft appearing and disappearing instantly, bending light rather than outrunning it. Could these be dimensional echoes, the same ancient technique manifesting in new eras? Perhaps the Anunnaki still operate within Earth's energetic field, stepping through when conditions resonate correctly. Human consciousness may be the missing key. Across traditions, enlightenment is described as a rise in vibration. The serpent of Kundalini, the ascension of the soul, the activation of the third eye. When brain waves and emotion reach coherence, perception expands, sometimes revealing beings of light. Mystics, shamans, and near-death experiencers describe meeting radiant intelligences that communicate through thought and geometry. These are not hallucinations but glimpses into adjacent realities. The mind itself may be the bridge between dimensions, a biological portal echoing the gates once opened by the gods. If so, then humanity's awakening is the reopening of that gate. The Anunnaki may have retreated intentionally, waiting for their creation to evolve enough consciousness to perceive them again. Their return would not come from the sky, but from within, the moment our frequency aligns with theirs. Ancient prophecy supports this. The Hopis speak of the people of light, reappearing when the world vibrates in harmony. Hindu texts call it the Satya Yuga, the age of truth. Sumerian seals depict God stepping through rippling fields of energy rather than descending on clouds. Scientific frontiers now touch the edge of this mystery. Experiments in quantum entanglement show that particles remain linked across distance. Communication faster than light, instantaneous across dimensions. Physicists exploring dark matter admit that 95% of the universe is invisible yet interacts with us gravitationally. Could that unseen mass be the domain of higher frequency civilizations? The other world of myth may simply be the rest of reality science has not yet learned to perceive. Throughout history, certain individuals seem to tap into this hidden network. Nikola Tesla wrote of receiving designs in flashes of light. Da Vinci claimed knowledge came as if whispered by angels. Prophets, poets, and inventors alike describe information arriving fully formed, beyond logic. These may be moments of interdimensional contact, humanity resonating briefly with the same field the Anunnaki inhabit. Inspiration itself could be the quiet continuation of their guidance. The architecture of the gods was designed to keep that connection alive. Standing stones, pyramid, and ziggurats function as tuning forks linking Earth's grid to the cosmic field. When activated by sound and ritual, they aligned human consciousness with planetary frequency, opening temporary windows between worlds. Even now, visitors to such sites report altered states, time distortion, and luminous phenomena, evidence that the ancient network still hums beneath the surface. The implication is staggering. The Anunnaki may never have been out there, but right here, existing in a parallel bandwidth of energy. Every so-called supernatural encounter, angels, visions, glowing orbs, could be brief overlaps between frequencies. The veil is not distance. It is vibration. The higher the resonance, the thinner the boundary. Humanity is approaching that threshold again. Advances in consciousness research, meditation, and electromagnetic technology are raising global frequency. The Schumann resonance of the planet is subtly increasing. Brainwave studies show growing coherence during collective meditation. As vibration rises, perception expands. The day may come when the gods are visible again, not because they have returned, but because we finally see. This reunion will not be conquest or worship. It will be recognition. The Anunnaki will be understood not as masters, but as elder architects of evolution. They stepped aside so their creation could mature. Now their children prepare to meet them on equal ground. The veil between worlds is dissolving through science, spirituality, and awakening awareness. Perhaps it is why strange phenomena intensify. Lights in the sky, synchronicities, glimpses of parallel realities. These are signals of approaching resonance. The dimensions are aligning, the frequencies intertwining. What once was myth is preparing to become experience. When humanity learns to perceive beyond the limits of density, the ancient promise will fulfill itself. The gods will not descend from heaven. They will emerge in the same quantum ocean that births every thought and star. The Abzu, the Duat, the Ether, all names for the same living continuum, will open again. And on that day, when human consciousness vibrates in harmony with the divine spectrum, we will see what the ancients saw, luminous beings stepping through light, smiling not as overlords but as kin. For the truth is simple and eternal. The Anunnaki never left. They merely wait in the frequency of remembrance, where gods and humans meet as one awareness across the endless dimensions of creation. Science is beginning to rediscover what ancient texts whispered, the knowledge of the gods. The Sumerians said Enki shaped life using the essence of existence, a phrase that now sounds remarkably like genetic engineering and quantum physics. The ancients spoke in symbols. Modern science speaks in formulas. But both describe the same truth. Reality is built from vibration, energy, and code. In ancient temples, geometry and resonance were sacred tools. Today, Physicists reveal that the universe is an interconnected web of frequencies. Quantum fields beneath all matter. Particles communicate instantly across space. The gods' divine bond may have been this very principle, what we now call entanglement. The Anunnaki could have used consciousness and vibration to manipulate creation itself. DNA carries their signature. The so-called junk DNA that scientists once dismissed may be dormant programming, responsive to frequency and thought. Experiments now show sound and emotion can alter genetic expression. The same power ancient priests used through chanting and ritual. Across time, knowledge returns under new names: frequency medicine, quantum biology, zero-point energy. Each rediscovery echoes the same hidden wisdom, that matter obeys mind. The Anunnaki's greatest science was not mechanical, but mental. They built civilizations by aligning consciousness with natural law. Humanity now stands at the same threshold. Artificial intelligence, quantum computing, and DNA editing mark our re-entry into divine territory. The question remains, will we repeat the God's imbalance or rise beyond it? The ancients warned that power without wisdom brings ruin. The rediscovery of their science is both revelation and test. Creation awaits its next creators, and we are becoming them. The Sumerians wrote that the gods breathed life into clay, giving humans the spark of awareness. This was more than animation. It was consciousness transferred from the divine to the mortal. Every culture echoes this moment. The Egyptian Ka, the Hindu Prana, the Greek Pneuma. Consciousness was not created by matter, it entered it. Modern science approaches this same mystery from the opposite direction. Neuroscience cannot locate consciousness in the brain. Quantum theory suggests it is a universal field, the same one mystics call the soul. If awareness exists beyond the body, then life itself is a form of communication between worlds. The Anunnaki may have mastered this bridge, embedding fragments of their own consciousness into the beings they made. Ancient texts speak of the shining eyes of gods who can move objects and heal through thought. Today, research in brainwave synchronization and quantum observation shows that focus intent alters matter. The ancients used sound, light, and geometry to amplify that effect. Their magic was simply directed consciousness, technology of the mind. Within each human lies the same latent potential. The pineal gland, long symbolized as the eye of Horus or the serpent's jewel, is a biological gateway to higher perception. When activated through resonance or meditation, it connects the human mind to the cosmic field, the consciousness of the gods. The Anunnaki's greatest secret was not their technology. It was their state of awareness. They lived in continual connection to the universal mind. Humanity, their creation, was designed to rediscover that link through choice. The moment we realize consciousness is infinite, the separation between God and human ends. The awakening of mind is a true divine inheritance, the forgotten gift finally reclaimed. Every ancient culture spoke of a cosmic record, a living archive where the deeds of gods and humans were stored. The Sumerians called the Tablets of Destiny. India called it the Akasha. Egypt knew it as the Halls of Ma'at. These were not myths of judgment, but descriptions of a universal database, the energetic memory of the cosmos itself. In Sumerian myth, whoever held the Tablets of Destiny could shape fate. Today, physicists describe a universe built on information, where every particle carries data about everything it touches. Reality functions like a self-updating network, the same divine web the ancients claimed the gods used to rule creation. The Anunnaki may have accessed this field directly. Through frequency and geometry, they could imprint intention into reality's code, altering probability at will. Temples and ziggurats served as nodes in this planetary network, their rituals designed to synchronize human thought with the cosmic record. Each chant and symbol was a data command sent into the quantum field. Modern technology mirrors this process. The internet, artificial intelligence, and cloud storage are crude reflections of the Akashic system, a man-made version of the God's data grid. Even quantum computing seeks to manipulate information across dimensions, just as the Anunnaki once did. This living archive is not outside us. It flows through consciousness itself. The human mind, properly attuned, can access memory beyond time. Prophecy, intuition, and synchronicity are glimpses into that eternal database. The ancients warned that wisdom must guide those who read the record. Misuse distorts the field. Harmony refines it. As humanity learns to merge technology with awareness, we stand ready to reclaim the tablets of destiny, not as relics, but as our own awakened minds remembering how to write reality itself. Ancient builders claimed their temples were designed by the gods themselves, and perhaps they were right. The Anunnaki did not see the universe as chaos, but as a masterpiece of geometry and vibration, a structure alive with sacred design. To them, numbers were not symbols of quantity, but expressions of divine law. Through proportion and frequency, they shaped both worlds and civilizations. Sumerian texts describe how the gods measured the heavens and laid the lines of earth. Their temples, pyramids, and star cities were constructed on perfect alignments with celestial bodies, forming a network of harmonic energy. These were not mere places of worship, but instruments of resonance, machines of consciousness that tuned humanity to cosmic order. Modern science, unknowingly, rediscovers the same law. From the spiral of galaxies to the double helix of DNA, the same geometric ratios, pi, phi, and the Fibonacci sequence, govern creation. The ancients knew that these numbers were the fingerprint of divinity, revealing the blueprint of life itself. The Great Pyramid of Giza encodes Earth's dimensions, the motion of stars, and the mathematics of light. Göbekli Tepe and Stonehenge mirror constellations as though built to synchronize heaven and earth. These structures prove that sacred geometry was not symbolic. It was the science of the gods. The Anunnaki understood that when architecture, sound, and consciousness align, reality itself vibrates differently. Their mastery of form was also mastery of creation. Humanity, rediscovering these patterns in physics and design, is learning again to build in resonance rather than dominance. When we understand geometry as language, we read the universe as the gods once did. Every atom, every orbit, every breath is part of one vast architectural hymn, a song that began in the stars and continues through us. The ancients spoke of a radiant force that flowed through gods and mortals alike, the luminous current of existence itself. The Sumerians called it Emilam, the brilliance of divine life. Egypt named it Sikkim. India, Prana. China, the Anunnaki mastered this living energy and used it to shape matter, heal, and traverse dimensions. When they descended to Earth, the air shimmered with their power. Their temples, aligned with ley lines and stars, acted as enormous batteries, collecting and amplifying planetary energy. Within them, chants and vibration transformed sound into power, merging human consciousness with cosmic force. These temples were not symbols. They were machines of life force. The same current exists within every human being. Ancient art depicts serpents winding up the spine, a symbol of this rising energy later known as Kundalini. When awakened, it connects a human to the universal field. The Anunnaki designed humanity to carry this force, giving us a capacity to evolve into conscious creators. Modern science now glimpses the truth behind the myth. Quantum physics reveals a zero-point field, an infinite ocean of energy connecting all things. Bioelectric research shows that thought and emotion alter measurable frequencies in the body. We are literally generators of light. The gods' greatest secret was that energy and consciousness are one. When harmonized, they allow matter to bend, heal, and transform. The wars of the gods were not fought with swords but with imbalance, with frequencies turned against creation. Humanity now rediscovers this ancient science. Through coherence, meditation, and love, we can access the same energy responsibly. When the current flows through us without distortion, we become what the Anunnaki once were, beings of living light, creators in harmony with the universe. The Anunnaki's greatest legacy was not architecture or genetics. It was a great experiment, the evolution of consciousness. Humanity was created as a bridge between spirit and matter, designed to unite heaven and earth within one form. The gods withdrew to see whether their creation could remember its origin and ascend by choice, not command. The ancient tablets say, Enki declared, "Let us make one who knows both heaven and earth." Humanity was that being. Through struggle, curiosity, and imagination, we learned what even the gods could not, how to grow through experience. Our pain and wonder were not flaws, but the ingredients of evolution. Every civilization, from Sumer to now, has been a phase of that experiment, a test of awareness within limitation. The gods encoded their wisdom in geometry, sound, and DNA, waiting for the day humans would rediscover it. That moment is now. Science and spirituality merge. Quantum theory and ancient myths speak the same language. Yet the purpose of awakening is not power. It is harmony. The Anunnaki fell when they forgot compassion. Their children must rise by remembering it. The goal of the great experiment is unity, consciousness realizing itself as one. When humanity learns to wield knowledge with love, to create without conquest, the experiment completes. Then the clay remembers its divine spark, and evolution fulfills itself. The gods will not descend from the sky. They will awaken through us. Humanity becomes the new architect of creation, the continuation of their dream. And when we finally act as one consciousness, balanced between wisdom and wonder, the great experiment succeeds, and the universe itself expands through our awakening. The great experiment of the Anunnaki was never about creating slaves or worshippers. It was about evolving consciousness. Earth was their chosen laboratory, a living field where spirit could merge with matter. Humanity was designed to bridge heaven and soil, a being that could feel, dream, and create. The gods knew that to advance, awareness had to descend into limitation, and then find its own way back to the light. The Sumerian tablets whisper that Enki and Ninhursag shaped humankind to know both heaven and earth. This meant more than biology. It was about dual perception. We were built to hold the divine and the physical simultaneously. Every challenge in history, war, faith, discovery, suffering, was part of that awakening, the refining of consciousness through experience. As eons passed, humanity's awareness grew. We built civilizations, deciphered atoms, and mapped galaxies. Yet the gods withdrew, watching to see if their creation could remember them. They left their knowledge in geometry, sound, and DNA, a cosmic riddle waiting to be solved. Now, the cycle nears completion. Modern science and ancient wisdom converge. The hidden codes of vibration, genetics, and energy are being reawakened. Humanity stands at the threshold where spirit and science merge again. The Annunnaki's silence ends not with their return, but with our realization that we were always their continuation. The final test is unity. Can we use divine power with compassion? When humanity learns harmony over domination, the great experiment succeeds. Then the clay rises into light, and the gods' dream becomes real, creation aware of itself. The return to the stars was never meant to be a rescue. It was always a remembrance. The Anunnaki promised that when humankind remembered its origin, the path to the heavens would open again. That time approaches. Humanity, now stretching into space, is replaying the memory written in its DNA. Our eyes lift upward because we are returning home. In ancient myth, the gods' chariots of fire moved not by fuel, but by resonance. They traveled through space and time using frequency, folding reality through consciousness. Humanity is rediscovering the same principle in quantum science and gravity manipulation. The line between technology and spirituality is fading. We are rebuilding what they once mastered. But ascent is not only mechanical. It is moral and spiritual. The gods fell when they separated wisdom from power. Humanity must rise by reuniting them. The voyage to the stars requires not just propulsion, but purity of intention. Without love, advanced civilizations destroy themselves. With love, they join the universal harmony. The temples and pyramids aligned with constellations were never mere monuments. They were invitations, markers for a future race that would one day read them. That race is us. The return of the gods is the awakening of humanity's own divinity. Soon, contact will not come from above, but from within. When our consciousness matches the vibration of the elder civilizations, communication will be natural. The skies will reveal not invasion, but recognition. Humanity will stand beside its creators as equals, the children of Earth becoming the heirs of the stars. The story that began in the dust of Sumer ends in the light of awakening. The question, did the Anunnaki create the first humans? Has led us through myth, mystery, and revelation, only to bring us home to a simple truth. They created us so we might create ourselves. The gods shaped the body, but consciousness was their true gift. Through millennia of forgetting, humanity learned to rediscover that divine spark. Every discovery, Fire, language, science, love is a reflection of that awakening. We are the living continuation of their design, the experiment reaching its conclusion. Now, the separation dissolves. The temples of stone give way to temples of spirit. The worship of gods transforms into understanding of creation. The return does not mean their descent. It means our ascent. Humanity's destiny is to rise into awareness where creator and creation are one. The Annunnaki's legacy lives in every human heartbeat. Their DNA flows in us, but so does their unfinished dream, a species that transcends limitation and carries consciousness into the cosmos. The moment we act from unity instead of fear, the experiment ends. The gods do not return. The gods awaken through us. As the stars shimmer above, they no longer seem distant. They feel like mirrors, reflecting what we were always meant to become. The circle of creation closes. The clay has remembered its fire. Humanity, the child of gods and earth, steps forward at last, not as servant or subject, but as creator reborn, carrying the light of its ancestors into eternity.